Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Still suspended. Don't worry. Don't worry, ethics board. I'm not trying to get clients. I don't even want them. I don't even want them. How are you guys doing tonight? I hope you are well. You dropped your gay card again? I did not. I did not. I would not. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Oh my goodness. How are you guys doing? I hope you're well. I think I just said that, but I'm going to say it again because I mean it. It has been a little bit wild. Sorry about the past 2 days. I kind of got done driving the kids around in the evening, and I just sat down with Lady Raggers to watch some TV, and then I woke up hours and hours and hours later. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like I got GHB'd or whatever. That's a joke. That's a joke. If I did, they would find it. They would find it. And I had to pee test today, so they would definitely do that if that happened yesterday. So it didn't, though. It didn't, so that's good. Gen X MAGA says, I would hire you just to be my friend. You don't have to hire me to be your friend. I'll be your friend. I'm friendly. I'm friendly. Oh my gosh. Sarah Nevada says, how are you doing tonight? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? We got a couple of those. We got, how are you doing tonight? Got another, how are you doing tonight from Stephen Brown. I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired. I think that's going to change as we get going because you guys always kind of get me, you get me a little wound up and a little riled up, a little picked up or whatever. And that's that. Let's see what's going on. What can I think about what's happened? Oh, Elijah Schaefer. As I stated, I did a short video. Some of you may know who Elijah is. He's a friend of mine. He used to run he used to co-run with Sydney Watson, a show on the Blaze called You Are Here, which is the source of a lot of comedy for this show because it is the origin of Jack Murphy. And, the You Are Here podcast is like special to me in that way because of Jack Murphy and what happened with that, but also because, I ended up killing that show personally. Went down to Dallas with my scythe and I reaped the soul of the show live on air. And I was, and what I mean by that is I was the last show that they did was with me. Ethan Ralph was supposed to be there. We were supposed to like argue or something, but Ralph did some stuff like outside the You Are Here, outside the Blaze TV studios, and he was not allowed in. It was a big disaster. It was kind of wild, and I think that had a huge effect on the show and kind of crushed it. It's also at the point where Sydney and Elijah were very tense. We'll call it tense. That was right before the lawsuit. Also, Sydney would file against the Blaze and include some stuff about Elijah in it. But anyway, I'm not going to get... so that's all in the past. Like, that's all a long time ago. This is crazy old stuff. Now there's a new scandal, so to speak, involving Elijah. And here's what I'm going to... just brief addendum to it. The video I put out. The video I put out is what I have to say about it. In general and in specific, but I do want to just say this, like, as someone who went through it and kind of like, I know, in the moment, like what you've done and in the moment, what you haven't done. I don't know or really care, what he's done. Maybe that's controversial. I don't I'm not someone who is here to how to word this, suggest a morality, a personal morality in that way. I mean, I might have moral principles that I think people should listen to or like take a moment and think about, but I not in that way. And I'm not here to tell people how to live. I don't want to do that. And that includes Elijah Schaefer, believe it or not. So with all that said, I'm not going to sit and talk a lot about it. We may talk, like who I don't know, by the way, are any of the women involved. I mean, I don't think so. I might, I guess. I guess I might have met or encountered some of them, talked to them very briefly at some point. But I don't really run in the circle, in the political circle that he did. So I don't think so. Outside of incidentally encountering some of these people on a stream. And very importantly, I haven't slept with any of these people on this list. Despite the accusations. No, I'm not involved in any of that. I didn't know any of it was going on. I'm not going to sit and talk about it though, because I really don't know what actually happened. I know what some people have said have happened, and it's a crazy story. And it sounds like a story with a lot of pain, and there's some collateral damage in there as well. I'm not going to get into it. I don't know. Someone was asking me. They said, "Hey, the first time you went on the on the You Are Here show down in Dallas, isn't that the time that you believe you were roofied?" Yeah, I mean, I think it was a roofie. I'm pretty sure. Or like, something akin to it, because typically I don't wake up on the floor of a bathroom after 3 drinks. That's just, well, I did at the time. 3 drinks just wouldn't have been very much, and I was kind of surprised at that whole thing. This is not on my list of things to do. That was before I had gotten into my own personal issues too. So. The only thing I'd really done was drank at all. I wasn't into other stuff. I never tried it. All I know is I woke up on a bathroom floor in a bar, and they threw me out thinking I drank too much or something, because they're like, you got to go. It was like, but okay. I don't even know where I am. But someone asked me if Elijah was there and if he knocked me out and molested me. Elijah wasn't there that night at all. For which I was mad at him, to be clear. I was very upset because I, had gone down to Dallas to do the show and hang out. And I get there and I'm like, hey man, like cool. We did the show. I'm like, all right, we're going to go out and hang out and talk and stuff. And he's like, oh no, I have to go build a computer back at my house, which I now know is code for probably looked at gay pornography. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Sorry. Friendly jabs in a weird situation. Some people might take it the wrong way. Also, he probably did. He was building a new PC, and so he sent me out with a couple other people from the Blaze staff. Because of the controversy that's going on, I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to bring anybody into it that I was out with. I'll tell you this. I met John Doyle that night at the same bar. He seemed really nice, although I didn't really know him, and I wasn't I didn't talk to him or anything. There were women around, so he was talking to them. I really wasn't. I was just kind of following around, buying people drinks because I didn't know what else to do. I was there alone, so it was cool. And then two people messaged me on Twitter, and they're like, "Hey, we're at the same bar. Can we find you?" And I was like, "Sure." It's a big bar, lots of people, a bunch of cowboys. I don't know. And so I found those guys, and it was really shortly after that I do remember having to go to. I said I got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back. And then I never met back up with them again. I'm really sorry, guys. But yeah. I woke up on the bathroom floor All my credit cards were still there and my anus was intact. So call it a win, I think. But Elijah was not involved in that. He wasn't there. And that was really gay of him because he should have been there to hang out with me. What is this? You did. You did. Yeah, I don't know where my I don't have a sunglasses cleaner down here. I should get one. That's really lack of foresight on my part. Oh, there was no sound on that. Hold on. Thanks. Thanks. I got it. Okay, I got it. This one? No, this one. There we go. Hold on, I'll play it again. I'll play it again.
Yo, homie. I told you earlier to clean your shades, you filthy animal. Mother shagger, I will slap those grimers off your nose. Such micropene energy.
It's true. It's true. It is micropene energy. Thank you. Use your silk shirt like a normal person. I could, but then it comes like untucked and it's all a mess. It's all a mess. All right. Speaking of which, those are super tips. Super tips are this great way to send a super chat effectively, but to have somebody else read it. And by somebody else, I mean someone fake who doesn't really exist, like Camelot. And you can pick voices. There's a ton of voices. I don't think we've had a No Tie Bronca super tip come in yet, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. It's on my list of things. Like, I wonder how that's going to work out. I don't really. You never know, like how. You never know. Like, you can hear a little bit, but you can't try everything. So you never know how everything's going to work out. But you're welcome to do that. Supertip.gg/RL. All of my super tip compatriots, they put like a QR code on the stream. And I guess I should probably do that, but I haven't fucked around enough to find out. Bird Dog says, when you say super tips, do you mean only the tip? Or yes, only the tip. We don't go full shaft on those. I'm not ready. I haven't warmed up or stretched at all, like or breathe deeply. My yoga is out. We've got Jimmy Boy Bob Dean loves donuts. Okay, that's a lot. He says, hello, friends. As a Jew, this donation is my cultural imperative to influence the media. Yes, thank you. Influence this media all you want. We welcome influential Jewish dollars here. It is a part of the culture here at Rekieta Law to accept money from other large-nosed individuals and species. So thank you. You're welcome. If you are some sort of toucan or anteater, we'll consider your donations as well. And, KB Cluckin over on Locals, you can't start this shit this early. You can't do this to me. Nick, are you wearing a lapel pin? Right here? Yes, I am. It is a pair of scissors. Because I'm a lesbian. That's why. So, that's why that is there. And I won't hear any shit about it, okay? I'm not in the mood for some shit. You can praise it or you can make fun of it. It's okay. It's okay. Sarah, Nevada, 5 gifted memberships to start off the show. Thank you. Sarah Nevada has been dropping gifted memberships like an Alzheimer's patient. Really appreciate that. Don't tell him that he has been. It's really lovely to see people get those in the chat. Miss Peanut 87 says, Jeremy Hales wanted you to know that he got Randy's tie from the Limnot depot you said you wanted. Yeah, I heard that. I think he's going to sell it on Sunday or something. If he's going to sell it on Sunday, maybe, just maybe, we'll go buy it. We'll see. Random Unbreaded Commenter says, we're back without the slurring figs from earlier. Yes, Speaking of slurring figs, I was on another show earlier today. I posted about it on Locals and I think on Twitter. I was with a gentleman named Husey, who either has Down syndrome or is Irish or both. I'm not actually sure which one of those, but he's a nice chap, and he invited me on the show with a person named Shmuel Buckman and a woman named Lemmy, who is there to read the super chats because the other two are illiterate. It was, I don't know, it's kind of niche content. It's very much focused on the dabbleverse, which I guess we're going to talk a little bit about the dabbleverse today, but not a ton, just because I'm personally offended. I'm personally offended by what's been going on. The long story short is there's a show called MLC, Misery Loves Company, the Misery Loves Company podcast with Kevin Brennan. We've talked about it a couple times. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on this. Kevin Brennan has again focused on me for quite a bit of time. Every show, every single show now, which I guess I'm flattered, and we'll all get used to that. But I'm not going to sit and cover it every time he does. Like his show and this show are not they're not in the same thing. We're not going to sit there and watch him say Nick Rekieta like over and over. It's not that funny to me. Like if he likes it, that's cool. I get it. But I don't have any problem with him doing a show on me. In fact, it's pretty funny to me to have someone talk about me in general. It's kind of comes with the territory of being on social media. You're like, oh, okay. Like, people are going to say stuff. All right. It doesn't bother me at all. Wheat Toast West Coast has gifted 5 memberships as well. That is 10 memberships so far and 1 micropene. We do have this going today. We've got the members. The members, grab your members, share your members with everybody in the chat. It is you're welcome to do that here. You don't even have to ask. No consent needed. Share your member all over the chat. Oh God, here we go. I'm going to do this wrong, but I'm going to try. The OG Carol says, I am ignorant about Dabbleverse. What is a TLDR in regards to this? Long story short, it's a bunch of people who came from the world of Howard Stern and then Opie and Anthony, kind of the radio days of shock jockery, when a bunch of like sit down and stand up comics were all on the radio. I don't know if you guys remember this because most people have forgotten. Thankfully, they're like, oh, thank God, I don't have to remember these days anymore. But some people are kind of stuck in that world where they think like, they're like, oh yes, the late 90s Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony is where all comedy rests, and all good and funny things are there still, and that's where they remain. That's perfectly fine. I don't really get it. But there's a bunch of sort of the New York circuit stand-up comics and stuff like that, and they all just sit around and like occasionally fight with each other, and they like pay each other to be on shows. And I don't find their shows super entertaining. Like occasionally there's a funny joke or two, but I don't get it. It's not my world. All right, but I have some personal associations that have dragged me into it a little bit. And so there's some overlap, but I don't want to sit and talk about the Dabbleverse. I may want to talk about me. I like me. I like that. But, yeah, I'm just, not a big fan of it. Like that's the wrong word. I'm just indifferent. To it. So I'm not going to sit and keep talking about it too much. But there will be we're going to do something I don't normally do today. Because something funny did come up as a result of this, though. Something funny did come up from this, and it's Kayla Wayla has kind of hit the nail on the head. She says, still despise you for introducing everyone to Dorkbert. I don't usually talk about this person. I don't talk about this person, but they kind of in response to Kevin Brennan have said something, and I need to clear the air on all of that. So we'll do that a little bit later. Something I don't think anybody's ever seen before. But it involves my personal shit that I've been, I don't run from my past. Like, I fully embrace my past and what it entailed, but I don't have a desire to sit and dwell on it on this show. We got other shit to talk about. We got Jake Lang kicking over signs and getting charged with felonies, which is kind of crazy because Don Lemon terrorized people, and everybody's like, no, that's fine. Jake Lang kicks over some ice, and they're like, felonies, boom, done. We got Dan Bongino being weird. Alex Jones is fighting with him. That's going on. And there's probably other stuff. We'll see. We'll see. And I guess we'll watch a little bit of my stand-up act, which I've never done public. Like I posted it on Locals, but I've never sat and watched it with you guys. But other people just decided that they could post it all over the place, which I don't really mind at this point. It's been a few years, I guess. So show us on the doll where they touched you. Who's they? Who's they? Okay. Here we go. What is this?
Jeet food? A stinky curry bomb that lingers like regret. Jeet hygiene? Streets are poop playgrounds, dodging dumps daily. India? Smell hell and fecal fail. Skip it.
Skip it. Skip it. But that was one of the most accurate voices we've ever had. Holy shit. Like that. I thought Bronco was in the room with us now. Damn. Tammy Fayette says, hi. Hey, Tammy. Nice to have you here. Welcome. This is Rekieta Law. I'm guessing you've been here before, but welcome back. I'm glad to have you again. Nick, I should teach you how to read magic, mystical Uno tarot cards. I know how to read tarot cards, but not whatever those are. Not whatever those are. Let's see. Haven King says, Rekieta Law, will we have the unbreaded voice too? We already have the prophet Matthew Harris is in there. However, I do think maybe we could do a second Matthew Harris that is unbreaded, that's a little bit more angry. Because the one that we have is very chill, very laid back. So it's that's that. I'm trying to think of what else has happened lately. I was like I said, I was like asleep for big chunks of the past 2 days. So all the other stuff. We'll probably talk a little bit about due process. This is like a law show, I think, still, right? We still do law around here. And I want to make sure that we do hit that. There's a bunch going on, and it's not salacious. Nobody's out there getting fucking shot right now. Nobody's out there getting shot by ICE. They're all very, very lucky or whatever. Cool. Not a lot to talk about with it, but we do actually have some, how do I word this? There's a bunch going on kind of behind the scenes. It's all law stuff. And so there, we might have to just talk a little bit about it. We're going to talk about AOC's bulging tits. Apparently, I don't know why. I don't even know what she was saying. I literally didn't turn on the volume because I didn't want to ruin the moment. I'm scrolling through Twitter. Yes, that's right. I'm scrolling through Twitter. We're not apologizing. I'm scrolling through Twitter, and all of a sudden, AOC is standing there and like, just like, her tits are wider than her whole body by like double. It was like, what the fuck is going on? But we gotta look at that and maybe listen to whatever she was saying. And if Democrats want to get me, like, if they want to start messaging to me, like, they should start with, like, more of that. But I don't think they can manage it. I don't think they can actually do that because they'll put a fat person in.
Nick, I watched the video earlier. I am not the biggest fan of Elijah, but I do hope he is able to pull his life together. Everyone deserves to fix their problems and get better. Your video was good.
Cool, thanks. Share it. Share it to your mother and everybody else. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I never know what to do with those sort of videos. And I also don't know how people are like, oh, here, I do a shitty video and like, oh, 700,000 views. Like, oh, okay. Me, I'm like, please give me 7,000 views. Like, please, come on, guys. We can do it. We can do it. Also, RIP to Jeff. A great man. A great man. Okay, let's start with this Jake Lang thing, I guess. We will talk. Guys, is Dan Bongino like a total weirdo? Like, what the hell's going on with this guy? He's like, yeah, I was deputy director of the FBI and I didn't do anything. And then I got out and I came out and I'm like gonna fucking wreck the podcast world again. It's like, okay. All right. Like, I guess I don't know why you're telling us this. I still don't understand half of what happens online anymore. I just really don't, like, especially in the conservative news space is one of the worst ones. Cause I'm like, who's even serious? Who's a grifter? Who's whatever? Like what the fuck is going on these days? I don't know. And I don't really like seem to care. Something about American politics right now is, that whole caring aspect is disappearing for me. I don't know if it's the same for other people on the right. I guess I'm on the right, I think. But I don't know if it's the same for other people, but I feel a lot of burnout. A lot was invested in Trump. Some people are disappointed in him and what his administration has done. There's that type of stuff, but there's also like really good stuff that he's kicking ass on. This is always weird because Fast GT 2003 says, I heard you like Coke a lot. How's your case going? Well, I mean, yeah, I think I shouldn't say most people do. The people who try it kind of like it. It's engineered to trick your brain into liking it, whether you do or not. My case is over, bro. It's been almost a year now since it was over. So, but yeah, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry. It won't get you. It won't get you through the screen. You don't have to, fear not, for the Lord is with you and not in cocaine. Oh my God. You went to see the movie Melania tonight? I've heard mixed things. Like, are people actually in the theater? Like, I heard a bunch of money was made and like people weren't in there. Obviously the implication is that they were astroturfing the ticket sales. I don't know. Like, I don't care. Nick, is Pepsi illegal too in Minnesota? Yes. Yes. There you go. Nick isn't Turtle Boy. He's not looking at 99 years for witness intimidation. That's a fucking crazy case still. Still, nothing I've heard about what Turtle Boy did amounts to anything close to witness intimidation. But hey, that's something. Hey, what if I do this?
Your response today was way better than a certain micro-peen wielding chef had to your shiz. Elijah might even call you an uber mensch for it, cause of his stance on the juice.
Thank you. Yeah, I did learn from how I felt. I used my feelings. I used my feelings to help me craft a message for others. So I found out I can do this. This is helpful. Guys, Hackamania, Las Vegas, April 10th to 12th, 2026. If you want to meet me, if you want to come hang out and touch my hair or whatever, Hackamania.com, promo code RL. If you use that, Patrick Melton knows that you bought a ticket to come see me, which means he goes, oh, I like that Nick is helping out the show. It would be awesome if you guys do that if you are going to go. If you go to Las Vegas to Hackamania, you will encounter me outside of some crazy circumstance. I mean, assuming you like walk up and say hi. I think I'm going to do a show with Melton at the event. I don't want to pin him to that, but I'm going to pin him to the wall. I don't know. I don't want to pin him to that show, but I think we're going to do some sort of show, or he's going to have me on one of his shows. Something will happen, probably, maybe. But what will be happening is me just being there, hanging out with people, talking, laughing, telling stories, telling jokes, making fun of whoever's around. Okay, especially Vito, even though he won't be there because he's fat. I don't know if you guys know that. Vito is large. That is Hackamania.com, promo code RL for Rekieta Law or Really Loud, whichever one. And use that promo code, and then that way Patrick Melton knows. Like, I don't get a cut of the door or anything like that. It's just, I think it just helps track where the tickets are coming from. And look, it's Vegas, and I'll be there. What else do you need? Like, what else do you want to know? You guys can all drink and do everything you want. I can't, but I'll hang around and watch. Here and After 123 has gifted a membership. Thank you. Here and After, very cool for you to contribute to that. We're up to 11 YouTube members so far on the stream. Again, big ups to everybody who is gifting memberships and bringing more people into those member shows. We will be having a member show this weekend, of course. I'm not sure if it's going to be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, but it will happen at some point. Okay. Campsite says, aren't you prohibited from drinking in Vegas? I'm prohibited from drinking everywhere. Aren't you only allowed to waste all your money gambling, which is far less destructive than drug use? Yes, that is correct. Flightless says, Nick, possibility by percentage of an orgy at Hackamania. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some orgy at Hackamania. I don't think I'm going to be there, like, for that part of it. But I'm sure there's going to be one. I don't know. Look, I was there last time, and I don't know if you want to be involved. You might. But you might not. Like, you might need David Attenborough to help you through that orgy. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Let's do this fucking Jake Lang thing real quick. So this is Raw's Alerts. Raw's Alerts. I might pull up Jake Lang's. I don't follow him, but I might pull up his thing. I think it's the same video though. So here we go. We have a prosecute ice sculpture. Do you guys get it? It's an ice sculpture.
President Trump, we support you. We support ICE. Our country was made for Americans, not for Somalis.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah! Sorry, I got excited. Look at him kicking the shit out of that ice. It doesn't have a chance.
True ICE, baby. America first, America only. We'll see you here
No,
February 7th, Saturday, 12 noon, outside the Minnesota State Capitol.
I don't know if you will. He got arrested and charged with a felony. He may not be there. Oh, the fucking echo. Oh! Sorry. Fixed it. Let's start it over.
President Trump, we support you. We support ICE. Our country was made for Americans, not for Somalis.
Hola, Rita. Hello. I like how he stumbles through that one. Stupid ice. Fucking statue. Ugh. Yeah.
Pro ice, baby. America first.
We need to do some important things here. I don't know. Oh, no. I don't know about this. I don't know about that.
Trust me, orgies in Vegas are only worth it with fat black hookers, not no shoulder having suspended lawyers.
I don't want to do an orgy in Vegas. That'd be gross. Not no thank you. No thank you. That is this is the most convincing evidence so far to me that Jake Lang is a Fed. And that is that he doesn't fit in his plate carrier. He's a little pudgy. He's a little pudgy. But he did do that cool Spartan kick of the ice sculpture. I'm proud of him for that. It was also 33 degrees today. The ice sculpture is necessarily on the way out. But like an annoying aunt, it just is not going to leave anytime soon, I'm sure. So this is kind of crazy because, again, we're at this crossroads, right? It's not really a crossroads, is it? Like Bone Thugs and Harmony isn't around. We're at this moment, this political junction. That's a crossroads. Fuck. Where we have Don Lemon. We have Don Lemon embedding himself into a BLM group that went to go terrorize people at a church. So we have that. And those people, it took a while for them to get arrested. Federal indictments. We'll see what happens with it. Everybody's having a fucking conniption because Don Lemon was arrested. And you can't arrest journalists, apparently, even when they seem to participate in some activities that don't seem legal. But now we have this guy who I don't know what to make of him. Like, I don't care. I don't know much about him. I think something involving January 6th, of course. He seems like he's agitprop on the right, and that's fine. But so he's out there making noise, making waves, and now he's getting arrested for this. Whether or not they'll go through prosecuting out the felony or having him plea down to like disorderly conduct or misdemeanor destruction of property, I'd be kind of surprised if they keep the felony charge. But let's just for a second talk about this. I know he broke the cool frozen water. I got it. I know that those statues, like frozen water, costs a lot of money when there's a lot of it. I get it. These other people stormed a church. The protesters that are protesting ICE are out in the streets interfering with law enforcement. They're endangering people. Driving cars at officers, carrying guns and whining about it. Well, I mean, whining's a weird word. I guess he means smoking out of the holes in his chest and back. But we've got this complete and utter disconnect of realities. And in one reality, this guy is charged with felonies. And in the other reality, people are interfering with federal law enforcement. They're putting their hands on them. They're spitting on them, screaming at them. They're preventing the arrest of people who need to go. And they're not getting charged with anything at all. Alex Preddy, had he been charged with, breaking the taillight, he may not have been at that protest. I don't think he would be. People say that, we need to be careful what we say because it's 11 days later, and I would be shocked if he was held for 11 days for breaking the taillight of a federal vehicle. He'd be charged with destruction of property, third or fourth degree destruction of property, I would guess. And then he'd show up for, well, he'd get a citation to show up for court. They'd probably release him after the arrest, but they released him there on the ground. So they could just cite him out. Holding him for 11 days would have been kind of crazy. But Doomsday Cracker says, thank you for being there for Elijah. Again, scars, warts, and all. Elijah, some of them may be sexual. Elijah is he's my friend. And when I was down, he picked me up. He encouraged me. He offered me some opportunities, which I don't think are going to manifest now. But he offered me some opportunities to get back on my feet, to make some money and stuff like that. Like I said, I don't think that's going to be happening. I think that might not be a thing, but that's okay, because at the time, he didn't know that this was coming, I would guess. And things were, he was trying to help me get back on my feet when the rug had been pulled out from under me. I'm not gonna, there's no way I'm not gonna at least have my phone and my door open. Probably the back door. My phone and my door open to that kind of friend. There's a lot of people who just immediately turn their back on me, and that's okay. Like, I get it, but he didn't. So I'm certainly not going to do that to him. And I all I can do is pray for his family as well, like him, his family, all the people involved, all the families involved, especially the kids. Like, they're about to go through a whole lot, and we don't know what they have and haven't been going through already. But they're going to go through a whole lot with all of this, and you just pray for that resilience that's baked into children, and a deliverance from trauma as fast as possible, and the safety of everyone involved. That's what we want. And I guess we all learned not to go after Kash Patel. Like, don't do that. maybe that, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. That's one of those things, right? That's one of those government things where you're like, these motherfuckers. It probably was them who somehow exposed this, but or like put a wedge somewhere, put the hands on the scale somewhere, but you'll never be able to prove it.
Hi, Imnoti Banka, and apparently Super Tip AI or whatever limp dick silicon junkie cooked this voice. You turned me into a coked out Tasmanian devil screaming through a straw at 180 meg.
I don't know what that was. I don't know why you can't say 180 miles per hour, Bronca. But I didn't do that. Bronca did that. It's his voice. He made it. What do we got here? We got Holly Movie Star says that performance was a bit homosexual. I don't know which one that was, but yes. Oh, the Jake Lang. Yeah, I agree. Fletcher Boy says, Nick, I got arrested for peeing on public art, and the arresting officer, it was only a misdemeanor. Yeah, man, everything's kind of fucking backwards in this country. It really is. It's fucked up how we prioritize criminal acts and stuff like this. Like, again, this is a felony. People aren't getting arrested in droves for interfering with ICE officers. And I mean, that's a felony too. They're just not getting charged with it. Damn it. So Marcy Cruz says she doesn't even know what Elijah did, right? And again, like, without getting too much into it, apparently, and I say apparently because I don't know, but it seems like he might have been having an affair for a really long time with this woman named Sarah Stock. All right. And who I believe was an employee of his or something like that. Sarah Stock proceeded to engage in this affair for quite some time, like 6 months or something like that, during which time she got engaged and married and told her husband she was a virgin, allegedly. Allegedly. I don't know. What is this? Mr. Miller says no second super tip. I've played all the super tips that are there. I'm not avoiding any of them. So after that came out, apparently also it comes out that he may have slept with some other conservative women who preach morality and celibacy. But because I'm not going to get into this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get into the fucking hypocrisy just dripping out of every moralizing faggot online. Like, I'm so tired of the right, like, ignoring the reality of people's lives and in the fact that people go through shit that they don't expect at all times. And it's fine. It's fine. Moral failure is fucking fine. It's part of life. But good Lord, stop with the whole reading your Bible and calling every woman you've ever seen a whore. Like, come on. And I'm not talking to you guys in the chat. You call everybody you want to a whore. That's your prerogative. And I would never, ever take that away. I'm just talking about the people taking money from everybody, calling everybody whores. And then, turns out, they might be sleeping with conservative influencers or whatever, That's just how it goes. That's life these days. And, yeah. Okay. So anyway, let's talk about this fucking Jake Lang thing, because now I'm getting mad. Turns out we've got a good logic raid going on. What's up to my man, Joe? I hope you guys, hope you're doing well, brother. Hope your audience is doing well. Welcome, everybody. Mikey Goat says, damn, Nick, with all the beautiful women in chat, lol, I'm going to hang out and chat more. Yeah. What do you think we're doing here? What do you think the purpose of all this is? Connect booty with hands. Speaking of which, what's up, Joe? Good logic. Glad to have you. Speaking of Joe himself, also we have Jim Tells You rating the stream. It's a double. We've been double teamed over on Rumble. And I assume on YouTube, I didn't see the message on YouTube. It kind of shows up differently. Speaking of Joe, one of the things Joe did a long time ago for me, because he's such a bro, he introduced me to a very interesting chap by the name of Ron Coleman. Ron Coleman is a fantastic attorney, a First Amendment champion, and truly great at everything he does, except for the complaint he wrote for Gavin McInnes. And Ron Coleman has not been on the show for a long time, but Ron Coleman will, I believe, be on the show on Monday. Not Ronnie Coleman, the bodybuilder. No, a titan of law. I don't know if he benches much, though. Nick just got Eiffel Towered. Yeah, if Jim Tells You and Joe Neerman high five over this, I will never recover. I will never recover.
Nick, come on, man. They are preachy, moralizing hypocrites. She was still a technical virgin. I mean, she can't trust it to be gas, but she was technically a virgin.
How'd your hymen break? Like, that story is so salacious and insane. I kind of want to talk about it, but I don't at the same time, because like it's not really my place, Elijah will tell the story when it's time for him to do so. Okay, let me see if I can find Jake Lang's fucking page. I guess Jake Lang, January 6th political prisoner. Oh, he follows me. That's cool. Good job, Jake. Best follow on Twitter, except for Taylor Swift. That's a joke. So he goes, I'm currently being arrested outside the Minnesota State Capitol for turning the prosecute ICE sign the Democrats erected into the wonderful pro-ICE. They are charging me with a felony for $6,000 in damage. I'm being taken to Ramsey County Jail in Minnesota. That is Sunday. That is St. Paul. That's, Sunday, St. Paul. I guess something like that. That is in St. Paul, Minnesota. So he's at the Capitol building. That makes sense. If I were Jake's lawyer, I would not recommend he engage in this type of activity. It does not seem like the right thing to do. However, I'm not qualified to give legal advice because the Minnesota Ethics Board says, do your CLEs, loser. And so until I do my CLEs, I can't be sure if my legal advice, Jake, to not break things like this is good or not. But I would have suggested maybe not doing this and to get his message out a different way. However, we do need to talk about something because there's a lot of instances in which protest and the language and communication of protest involves the minor destruction of some level of property, like a street. Maybe there's a painting that gets put on a street, for example, or a mural that gets put on a wall. And, you know, when you kind of like get into it, you can tally it up and you can get to thousands of dollars necessary to make it a felony. You can. But the political speech and the message here, whether you like Jake Lang or not, like who fucking cares about this guy? Like personally, I don't mean anything ill towards him. I don't know him, but like, you know, in the grand scheme of things for me, like if this guy didn't exist tomorrow, I wouldn't know, and that'd be okay with me. Like it, you know, I hope for his sake that he's alive and breathing and everything, but I wouldn't know. It wouldn't be on my radar. I got no investment in this man. But I also don't give a shit about frozen water in a statue on the Capitol steps. Like, I don't give a shit about that, especially when it says prosecute ICE. It's an overtly political message. Who put it there? Whose ICE sculpture is it? There it is, right? Shelty Dog, who owned and paid for the ICE sculpture. It's on Minnesota state government property. So I would assume the Minnesota government. But I don't know. Makes you wonder a little bit, right? But here's the thing. So he's destroyed this property, I guess. This is self-destructing property. It has no preservable value. The fact that it costs money to make is one thing. That is a thing. I think, you know, we've got some interesting questions here. We've got questions about like whether or not we actually meet the felony threshold for destruction of property, because it's based on, I believe it's based on value. They're saying $6,000 in damage. I really don't know how this is $6,000 in damage. Is that the replacement cost? Maybe, I guess. Like, is that what that is? But whose is it? Whose is it? And interestingly, Jake did one really smart thing. One really smart thing about this. By only kicking out certain letters, by making the message pro-ICE, it is overtly political speech. It is now his art project. I'm going to have to do some digging, maybe, and some research as to how these art projects, how they function. Like, someone pays for them, but then they're sitting on public ground. Like, what at that point? Who's the owner? Who is it? Now, unless the state, right, and the state legislature could have commissioned this, because the state legislature in Minnesota is always brilliant. But I mean, it's definitely on public property. That's true. Yeah, you can't just go up and bash a statue on public property unless it's a Confederate general or something. But otherwise, you can't just ruin public property. Well, unless it's a federal building, you know, in 2020. Otherwise, you can't just ruin public property that's owned by the government. Well, unless it's, you know, a police precinct that Jacob Frey allows a roving band of BLM rioters to burn down and steal everything from. But other than that, you can't, you can't just put something on public property and you can't just destroy something on public property, but there are questions about what it is. What is it? It's just an ice sculpture. So I got to figure out who owns this shit. I don't really want to watch all of Jake Walls's shit. I'm sorry. I don't want to watch all of Jake Lang's stuff. I'm not really interested in it. There's nothing new here. It's the same 31-second video. They don't show the arrest or anything like that. But we have this interesting First Amendment question. Now it's bothering me. Is the First Amendment a defense? Is it a defense to this felony charge? And I think it definitely is. I don't know if it's a sufficient defense. I don't know if he can win on it. But I think he does have a defense. Mark Randazza seems to think that there's something there. The First Amendment's a really complicated thing. But Don Lemon is raising the First Amendment while actively going in and causing fear, distress, physical contact with churchgoers practicing their faith. People are saying he needs to be protected. I would protect the people over the fucking statue 10,000 times out of one. I would go and ruin other statues to protect people first. And it's crazy to me. It is fucking outside of anything I can think of. I cannot fathom this, that we value a sculpture that says prosecute ICE more than we value individuals. And I say that, for a very specific reason. The people who arrested the church protesters were federal agents. They had to get a federal indictment and, conspiracy against rights. Minnesota could have arrested those people and charged them at least with disorderly conduct. And they didn't. They didn't do that at all. They had no interest in it. Minnesota is the one who has arrested Jake Lang. We're in different categories here. Lolita Smiles says, I can get behind it being free speech. I am an artist, though, so I feel bad the artist's work was destroyed. That is, if someone carved the blocks into letters. Should we look and see? What can we find about this? Prosecute ICE sculpture. I'm sure we've got some information about it. Minnesota, let's fucking figure it out. Here we go. care11.com. Whoa. No, I don't want to disable my ad blocker. Fucking. We'll do a different one. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what we can learn about this sculpture, because I think maybe that'll help us. Maybe it'll help. I don't know. What do you guys think? Far right influencer. Is he influential? I don't know. I know he went to jail for January 6th. Other than that, I don't know fucking anything about him. Go away. Jake Lang arrested for damaging prosecute ICE sculpture. Blah, blah, blah. Far right influencer. Keep saying it. Far right influence. He's not an influencer. He is the influence, motherfuckers. Watch out. Jake Lang is in your mind. Who was pardoned for his role in the January 6th riots. Has been, I like how they categorize that one, right? Like it's a riot, not a protest. There, how dare January 6th. This is Fox, but it's a Fox affiliate. That doesn't count. Wait, oh my God, guys, this is the Fox 9 affiliate in Minnesota. I own this company. Do you guys know that? Holy shit. I'm going to call them. I'm going to call them. This is not acceptable at all. I can't believe they're running this story. I'm pissed.
You're up against the wall, and I am the fucking wall.
I'm sorry. I saw someone in the chat say, I am the fucking wall. Yeah, you are the fucking wall. There you go. I own Minnesota Fox 9. My family has bribed it and paid it off, apparently. That's what I've heard. That's the rumor mill. Far-right influence Jake Lang, who was pardoned for his role in January 6 riots, has been arrested after he damaged a prosecuted ice sculpture at the Minnesota State Capitol. What we know, according to the Minnesota State Patrol, around 2:30 p.m. on Friday, Lang was seen kicking and breaking parts of a sculpture that said prosecute ICE that was set up on the Capitol Promenade. Lang, 30, was seen leaving the area in a vehicle and was stopped at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This is where you get stabbed. Who was it? Someone, it was like Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle, I think. They're like, you always know where you're gonna get fucking mugged. It's in any civil rights leader's name, boulevard, street, road, thoroughfare, whatever. Like if you're on Cesar Chavez Road, you're gonna get fucking mugged, guaranteed. So we've got Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and University Avenue by a state trooper. He was then arrested without incident, was booked into the Ramsey County Jail on suspicion of criminal damage to property. Lang posted a video to X of him kicking down the ice sculpture, which was installed earlier on Thursday by a veterans group to protest ICE's presence in Minnesota. So there we go. A veterans group installed this ice sculpture on the government steps.
President Trump, we support you.
Same one. Organizers respond. What they're saying, the sculpture was unveiled Thursday by the activist group Common Defense, Minnesota Rep. Jamie Long, and other community leaders. Okay. So sorry, I read that wrong. Unveiled Thursday by the activist group Common Defense, Minnesota Rep. Jamie Long, and other community leaders. The group says they are demanding justice. We want justice for our ice sculpture. I can't imagine being these people. I just don't. Like you can barely get me out of the fucking house for any of this stuff. It's like, I need justice for my water. I need it. And urging state level actions to hold ICE and other rogue federal officials accountable amidst ongoing ICE raids. Oh, maybe they're not demanding justice for their water sculpture yet. I'm sure they are, but I think they're talking about this. I'm still baffled, y'all. Hold on. Tom Myers says, failed comedian and father Nick Rekieta, everyone. Failed comedian? I don't remember failing at being a comedian. I did stand up one time. Tom, why are you so mean? It's Tom Myers, everyone. He's whoever that is. Let's remember that all these fucking people are this. All these people are this. They are protesting the lawful removal of unlawfully present people by the department that is designed to do exactly that. That is their entire job. Their entire job is to grab someone and go, where are your fucking papers, Pablo? And then if he doesn't have them, he goes away. Like they take him to immigration court. They sit in immigration court for fucking ever. They go through immigration court. They get their due process. They get their opportunity to be heard and say why they, which is kind of funny when you think about it. They don't have permission to be in the States. They do not have a legal right to be here. And they go to court to now I get to say that I should be here. No, you don't. Did you go through the legal process? Did you talk to, a Customs and Border Patrol agent? Did you do any of that? No? Oh, okay. That's cool. Thanks for telling the court about it. Write it in your diary next time and get the fuck out. Get out. What is the purpose? You're done. Get out. Go. Sorry. I know we were soft on this issue since 1985, but not anymore. Get out. Go away. We got people here who need the social network or social security net here. We have people here who need access to housing, both unaffordable and affordable. We need affordable housing. No, I want the unaffordable one. But we have people here who need the health care, who need the emergency medical services. We have people here getting victimized by illegally present people. And you don't have to be a murderer, assaulter, or rapist to victimize everyone around you. If you are unlawfully present in this country, you have victimized every single person that you see every single day, even other illegals. Get out. Go. This administration says you go. This administration has the right to do that. The American people voted in someone who would say, you got to go. We'll put you in the Gulf of America. We've got nice boats from Venezuela you can ride on. Like, we have decided to get rid of this section of people. But importantly, we're starting with some really shit people. Murderers, rapists, assaulters, blah, blah, blah. Go back. You don't have to stay here, but you I don't care if you go home either, just to swim. Do anything. And we have to wonder, what takes so long in any of this? What's the fucking hold up? There should just be a bus outside the immigration court, and it should be, people come in. It's like, do you have your papers? And they're like, no. You're like, well, that's a law. Mm-hmm. Where are they? I don't have them. Oh, that's cool. Well, there's the bus. Get on it. Hang out with everybody else until the end of the day, and then we're going to drive you somewhere and drop you off. Maybe Canada. What are we doing? What are we doing? There's months and months and months of these fucking removal hearings. If you guys have ever been to immigration court, it's a goddamn nightmare. You just sit there and they just continue out every case, just months and months of time. Okay, come back in 6 months. Come back in 6 months. They're not going to be legal then. They're not legal now. They're not going to have papers then. They didn't do it right already. What are we doing? It is... I cannot, I'm not an extremist on immigration in any way. I'm actually completely neutral. I see a utopian possibility of open borders. We did it for a really long time. We don't live in that world. We don't live there anymore. I think we could again. We're not there though. But I see, I'm fine with whatever immigration policy this country wants to implement. I'm okay. Because the sovereign nation has the right to control its borders and who comes in it. It is the most important right of sovereign nations to control who comes into their borders. In the same way, it is the sovereign's right to allow whoever they want into their borders under whatever policy they want. Right now, that has to be done through Congress. There's some limited actions that can be done by the president. Obama showed us you can do more than people thought. If you kind of knew what was going on at the time, you go, oh yeah, he's going to win this, but he issued, I think, 2 million green cards. Maybe it was he might have reduced it to 1 million, but he's just like, here you go, 1 million green cards. But then it's a diplomatic act with Mexico. There are specific green cards to specific people. I think it was Mexico, but whatever. That was foreign relations. That's where we said, we're not gonna send all these people back and burden your system. They're already here. We've got, this qualification. He set up some plans. You don't have to like it. Like, that's fine. Like, this isn't about liking the policy, not liking the policy. This is about the president had the power to do it. And in the same way, President Trump has the power to build fucking catapults and start getting people the fuck out. You're not just pretending that we can't do this. Oh, I don't like ice on the streets. Well, talk to the Minneapolis police then, because the Minneapolis police and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office have every opportunity to cooperate with ICE, and they can be the ones doing the arrests, and they can do the enforcement. We didn't have to be this way. Oh, but wait a minute. Minnesota wanted it this way. Minnesota wanted the fraud. They wanted the theft of American labor, the theft of American taxes, of American wealth, the wealth transfer out of our country, but into their pockets by percentages. They wanted the transfer of federal dollars by grant money into these organizations, fake daycares, fake SNAP organizations, just fake SNAP users. And then that money gets kicked back to Democrat politicians in droves. They are terrified of it leaving. But it is the prerogative of the federal government to determine its own immigration policy within the laws that are established. We have done that. People out protesting, make your signs, stand on the side of the road, and get the fuck out of the way. Because when the ICE SUVs roll in, the person they're picking up is not your neighbor, is not your friend, is not your community member. The person they're picking up a lot of times is a monster. But if nothing else, the person they're picking up is a thief. By nature of their existence and continued presence, they are a thief. They've taken an opportunity from someone, maybe your kid, maybe your brother, sister, mother, father. Maybe they take medical care that your elderly parent needs. Who knows? They're a thief. They don't have the right to be here. I'm sorry. There are illegal people. It's anyone who's illegally present in any country. Get out. Get out. Oh my gosh. But of course, all we'll hear about is how we're all immigrants, right? We're on stolen land. We have that video coming up in just a minute, where some cut rate Brad Pitt looking moron tells us about how we're on stolen land, stolen property, and gets every fucking sentence wrong. I'm actually getting angry. I forgot I had that video, and now I'm mad. But again, here's the thing, guys. If the Trump administration or the Biden administration or whatever said, we're going to do immigration policy where we're actually going to let people stay and we're not going to do enforcement, kind of like they have for the past, 25 years. I'd go, okay, I guess. Like, I don't really agree with that, but like, if that's what they think is the right thing to do. There are very few rules that the sovereign has where it is the most important decision maker and it has all autonomy. And this is one of those. It's crazy to me, again, that we have people protesting this. If you don't like it, change the law. But they can't. And they know it because the law that's allowing this was passed recently. Comedy stylings of Tom Myers, everyone. He's an ill-fitting suit with an iller-fitting face. He says, Nick, show me on the doll where the trans athlete hurt you. What are you talking about trans athletes for? You're going to need to explain that one, Tom, but you'll make the joke better. It's cool. Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. I gave 8 years of my life in service to this country in the military. Who cares? Who cares? For a January 6th insurrectionist to destroy our display is an attack on the First Amendment veterans like me fought to defend. Okay. We need to also talk about this one. Like, this is a tough one for me to say. This might piss off some people. You're very friendly and know that I mean well. But we got to stop this rhetoric of like the soldiers right now are out there fighting for our rights. They're really like not. They're really not. And that's fine. There's all sorts of valid things that you do, but like this idea that like a current soldier is out defending the First Amendment or whatever. How? Like, I don't understand how that is. Unless they station you in front of some like art display or something so that someone can finish it. But they're not doing that. So how are you defending the First Amendment? Like, is this a general thing? I don't recall us being invaded specifically. The biggest threat to the First Amendment is Congress, and they're all still alive. What are you doing? You're not doing your job very well. Which is hard to say. I like veterans, and I really like, even when I there's some things about the American military that I really, really disagree with, but that's a different question, right? Veterans do give up a chunk of their life, and sometimes, the whole thing, but a chunk of their life for to serve the people around them. Now, yeah, they may get benefits. They may make a career, they get education, they may get a GI Bill or something, like different things for everybody. But still, I wouldn't do it. Like, I thought about it. I thought about it for a little bit. But that commitment of time, like, I'm looking at that going 8 fucking years. Oh, damn. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could. I have other stuff to do. I have other things. I respect the people who are able to do that sort of focus and to give that service. I respect that. But I'm sorry. Most of you guys, like, I'm not sure how you defended some sort of freedom or the First Amendment or whatever, because the attacks on those have come from within the system. They're in the house already. Like, you're not out stopping the robber. Like, there's not like a Canadian infantry who's going to come destroy the First Amendment. Like, that's not real. So how's that happening? It was true at one point, but the United States hasn't been subject to invasion, like not a real formalized invasion of quite some time. Let's see. Uzelian over on Rumble says, I'm an extremist. Illegal? We use Vlad the Impaler and put the pikes along the border to show what happens to the illegals. Who gets that job? So what do I do? What do I do at the pointy end? Put it in the butthole. And then what? Yeah, just put him up, let him slide down. Trust me. He won't like it. Oh, okay. Like, that's fine, I guess. What? It's crazy to think of the different world we're in. So like the ICE agents who... Sorry. For January 6th insurrectionists to destroy our display as an attack on the First Amendment veterans like me fought to defend. Some would say it's an act. Some would say it is an overt embracing of the First Amendment. Like the ICE agents who murdered Alex Preddy. Oh, okay. And Rebecca Good. I'm sorry. This is Rebecca Good shoot. It's not a murder. The Rebecca Good shooting is one of the most obviously justified shootings I've seen in a long time. The Alex Preddy shooting is quite possibly legally justified for each of the officers individually, and although it's not as obvious, it maybe should go to trial. Like, I'm okay with that one. I think Andrew Branca disagrees with me. I think he thinks it shouldn't or won't go to trial. And we'll see. Like I'm not in some major argument. I'm not married to the outcome. Wait, did I say pretty good? Alex Pretty and Rebecca. Oh, yeah, they said Rebecca Good, but it was Renee Good. But it's a quote, so they got it wrong. Shows how much they care. Fucking idiots. These criminals need to be prosecuted. Well, Alex Pretty and Rebecca Good can't be prosecuted. They're dead. It's hard to do. You're gonna have to get your thing somewhere else. But they're talking about the ICE agents, of course. Jacob Thomas, a veteran and Common Defense's communications director, said regarding the incident. Don't you want to know like who that guy is? What does he look like? This is one common name. Jacob Thomas, Common Defense. If I could spell, that'd be better. He's got a he, him. Damn it. Of course he does. Go away. I don't want to be signed in. Fuck off. Of course he does. Guys, look at this. Jacob Thomas, he, him, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Look at these cool guys. Oh my God, I'm intimidated. Courage for America. Vets for democracy. After spending 6 years in the U.S. Air Force, I realized it was time for me. I don't like LinkedIn, so I'm not going to sign into this shit. Sorry. Guys, he's a male fucking feminist. Of course he is. DoD Sexual Assault Advocate Certification Program. Of course he is. My man is a walking touch factory, and you know it. You have met these people every single time. It's like, oh, what do they do? Oh, they sniff women's vaginas while they sleep. Oh my God. Yeah, like Tom Myers or whatever. To be fair, I don't know if Tom Myers does that. I don't know if he's ever been near one at all. He's just this weird guy who came in here and wants to wants to talk to me. Hey Tom, do you do that? That'd be weird. Okay, so here we go. Don't let this sad stunt distract from what these veterans and lawmakers were here to say. ICE and the rogue federal agents terrorizing communities, killing and brutalizing people, and clearly breaking the law while they do it must be held accountable by state authorities. So again, this is wild. State authorities cannot hold ICE accountable. They can't do that. They're not killing and brutalizing people. That's not a real thing. Some people are getting a mild use of force applied to them. That's real. That's true. It's a cool way to avoid that. And it's don't be in the fucking street.
We already have laws. I just want them enforced. Grounds.
You enforce them with an SUV. You have no grounds to talk. No shit. What do we got here? Intelligent Man. This is best episode of Better Call Saul ever. This Saul opens a podcast. Hey, Tom Meyer says, are your kids safe as in they're in foster care? No, they're not safe or in foster care. Watch out. Amazing Disgrace 911 says, I say abduct the sculpture and photograph it at various bathhouses and other conspicuous places. I'm guessing you'll find some of those dudes at the bathhouse, though. SF, aka SF, says, member for 2 months, by the way. Wow. Very impressive. Preach. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you for that. Rusty Shackelford 6060 says, so-called veteran here, not combat. There's a lot of scumbags who have served and a lot of people who use their service to bolster their political opinions. And look, it, like, I don't mean it like individually, you know, of course, but I've encountered so many members of the military who will issue a political or legal opinion in either one. They're so fucking far off base. Now, of course, this is America, Jack. You get to be wrong about whatever the fuck you want. You can do that all day. No one can stop you from being wrong. It's your right to be wrong or something. It sounds like a Huey Lewis song. But man, some of these guys are like, no, I defended the Constitution. Then they start to tell you about it, and you're like, I wish you wouldn't have. Like that one's not good. Frederick Little, cheers to 42 months. God bless you, Nick. God bless you, dude. Thank you. 42 months. You're an insane man. Insane man. Small as you may be. Stormcrow. People really ought to look up commie revolutions and see what the political attitudes their pre-revolution militaries had. It's always a third of the military being commie. Roughly applies to us too. Well, of course, like statistically, everybody thinks that the military is like this bastion of conservatism. And I think you find a lot of conservatives entering the military, but like, you know, this is a bell curve distribution that goes kind of through all organizations. You might get a little bit of variation here and there, but this idea that's like, oh no, they're all conservatives. They're not. They're not. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. And clearly breaking the law while they do it. I love this. Killing and brutalizing people and clearly breaking the law while they do it. Oh, whew. Thought it was legal. Must be held accountable by state authorities, said Ryan Thomas, a St. Paul resident who helped coordinate Thursday's unveiling. Oh, thanks, Ryan Thomas, a resident. Very cool of him to do that. Lang in Minnesota, dig deeper. This isn't the first time Lang, who lives in Florida, has been in incidents in the Twin Cities. Lang held a protest outside Minneapolis City Hall earlier in January. Lang counter protesters showed up and he was chased by them. That's an interesting way to put that, isn't it? That's an interesting way to put that. He was chased by them. He was like crushed and beaten a whole bunch. And some people are okay with that. Like I don't, you know, that's why I don't go to these things. I'm delicate. Frederick Little says, hope you and Lady Raggets are well. We are. Thank you. Also off topic question, but are you looking forward to the Super Bowl this Sunday? If so, Seahawks or Patriots? I am not paying attention to it at all. I typically don't pay attention to football. You know, if someone invites me to a Super Bowl party, like I'll go hang out and eat and stuff, and I'll watch the game and enjoy it, but I don't care who's playing. So it's not my thing. Who do you guys care about? I know like Patriots are, you know, popular. Sometimes. Are they still popular? Rusty Shackelford says, I don't believe for a second that 100% of the military absentee ballots in Georgia went to Biden or whatever state that was. You think? Yeah, no, there was no fraud. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. So he was chased by them. He then ran up to a woman in a car, bleeding, asking for help. And she and her friend drove him 2 blocks and asked him to get out. See, that because he was just chased, which is why he was bleeding. We made it very clear we do not support the type of man he is, the woman told Fox 9. The only commentary that he would say is like, Trump saved his life, and then he was a bad boy. And it's like the cringiest thing I think I've actually ever heard anybody say in my life. Was Jake Lang, was he making a play in the fucking car? He's all bleeding all over their upholstery, and he's like, you know what, Trump saved my life, you know, like, I'm kind of a bad dude, you know. What's up? Y'all got an Insta? Ah! Why is everybody so fucking cringe? Okay, so you know, here we go. Back to the story though, like Jake Lang kicking over this thing. We do a little research. We find out that it was put up in some sort of unholy union of people. But really, like, what's the ownership of this statue? It seems like they kind of donated it to the city. The city of St. Paul's keeping it on on their property, or I don't know if they got a permit to put it up. Maybe they did that, but it was done. There was an unveiling ceremony. You can imagine they got all the permission in the world. And of course, the bastion of cuckoldry that is the fucking state capitol building. I'm sure they had no problem securing any. They probably were getting extra permits. Like, no, you can do other stuff. No, you can do other stuff. I don't know about this Jake Lang thing. I think it's really interesting because, oh fuck, do I not have? Okay, I'm gonna have to find that video. Fucking hell. Ever since stupid Billie Eilish talked about stolen land or whatever, people have been talking about stolen land. Now I gotta find this fucking thing that I looked at before. I thought I grabbed it, but I didn't. I did not. Frederick Little says them Epstein files though. Ugh. I haven't sat and looked at them because, like, holy shit, there's a lot. There's a whole lot. Oh my God, look at this woman. Tom Meyer says you should move down south. Closed-minded bigots like you, and you could afford to live in a nice house, wife swap, and do cocaine with the fam. Well, like, maybe closed-minded bigots, that seems a little bit rough. Tom Myers, I'm from the South, dummy. Closed-minded bigots exist in both places. Okay, we gotta find this. I gotta find this video. Fucking hell. Let's see. God damn it. If I can find this video quickly. If I can't find this video quickly, I'm gonna cry. Cause like it was just in my feed earlier. Where is this loser? I swear I grabbed it. I wonder if I sent it to someone. Maybe I did that. Because if I sent it to someone, I have that somewhere too. But just a second. I'm just doom scrolling through all these fucking videos about stolen land. Every one of these people look the same hue. They're all white. Like, they're all white too. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not making a race thing. Tom Myers, don't worry. Don't worry, Tom. Closed-minded bigotry is about white people usually. Oh no. Okay. We do have to watch this because this person is small. Amazing Disgrace says, who can name the Billie Eilish song that won an award? I couldn't name a single Billie Eilish song. Don't care at all about her music. Rusty Shackelford says, I don't recall ever seeing a story on Patriots.win about rioters being arrested or punished for damaging statues of Jefferson or Columbus. No, they never got punished for any of that. Well, except the one guy who the statue fell and hit him on the fucking head. He was like, oh, bro, that was not good. Not good. Keith Peavy House says, I've been sober for 10 days now. Keith, I'm very proud of you, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. Hold on. Let's see. I'm 3 away. I'm 297 days sober for me. Keith Peavy House, man, keep it up, brother. Some days it's harder than others, but may your journey be one that is light, one that is open, and one that is healing, and that you are protected from those temptations and desires that you may have, man. Be encouraged, of course. Okay. All right. I don't know what this is. I just know that it's 4 minutes of fat telling me about stolen land. Let's see what we got.
Hey, do you want to know the truth about sundown towns?
Nope.
It's much deeper and darker than most people realize, and quite honestly, it could make some people uncomfortable.
Okay.
But let's go for it, because I'm not here to make anybody comfortable. I'm here to tell the truth.
Sweetheart, we can tell that you're not here to make anybody comfortable at all. Like the person next to you on a plane, person next to you on a bus, person next to you on a continent, all of them are at risk. Holy shit.
To the people who were never given it. So the so-called black people in this country, most of them were not immigrants. They weren't brought here from somewhere else. They were...
I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know how she finishes the sentence. Like, I really fucking don't. Holy shit. I have no idea.
Were indigenous people of the land. The original family.
The original black people were indigenous people of this land? I mean, I don't know if she knows this, but like there is this one plate, like there was one store that all the white people went to to get those guys, and like the awful, like fucking awful history, of course, but like it's like, yeah, we didn't even have a Kmart. Like, you did. It's called Africa.
Fat grounds.
Fat grounds. Holy fuck. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, no, it's the indigenous people. No, those weren't black people. That's the red man. I learned that from Iron Maiden. It's not racist.
Who lived here long before the settler came in and renamed everything, rewrote everything, and tried to erase them. Sundown towns, they are one of the clearest examples of that. So imagine your ancestors lived on a piece of land for generations.
Okay.
They hunted there, farmed there. They had families and lived life there.
Largely untrue. Like a typically nomadic people. The agriculture environment that she's talking about was not like widespread, we'll say. Was not like her skin.
They even buried their loved ones there. They built communities.
I do know those big fucking mounds exist, so I believe that one.
Long before the word town even existed.
Well, they didn't really speak English, honey. Long before town existed. But that's not true. The word town existed, just not here.
And then enters the colonizer, and everything changed. They take
the colonizer fucking comes in like RoboCop, and everything changed. It actually didn't. It didn't everything change. It took a long time.
The land, they build over it, they rename it, they claim it. And
yeah, they took it by conquest, because Western European nations had developed a system of conquest by sovereign states. Sovereign states were allowed to expand their territory through exploration, through treaty, through purchase, through military operation.
then after stealing your home, they tell you that you're the one who doesn't belong.
Yes. I don't know if you know this, but that's how it works. We don't do this anymore. And it's like all these retarded people are figuring out that this is how we did stuff. And they're like, oh, well, that's crazy. We can't do that. Can't do that. Don't worry, honey. They did the same thing. These are not... Tribal cultures are largely unpeaceful. Not for any reason other than the other fucking tribes are dangerous, and the resources, the land, the anything, the women that they might have are of value. And a long time ago, you either traded a bunch of beaver skins and got bunch of bitches and you bred them into whatever, or you just burned down all the teepees and took it. Let's stop pretending. They're like, oh yeah, no. The colonizer came in and like took over. What did they take over? There's not a formalized government. There's no system of law. There's no recognized system of land ownership or transference. People occupied where they lived, and that's fine. Like, that's a cool system that they had, but it wasn't Western, and Western society was coming to stay. And I'm okay with that. I don't know. I'm sorry that people died, fucking 400 years ago. But I'm not that broken up about it.
It wasn't segregation or tension. That was territorial theft followed by racial exclusion.
It's not territorial theft. To have theft, you have to have a system of ownership. You have to have a recognized system of ownership. And you may be like frustrated that the native tribes, the indigenous peoples of the Americas hadn't had formalized governments. Well, except for the really crazy ones that sacrifice people on giant fucking pyramids. They did. Oh, and they killed the kids too. But like, they had formalized governments. They were just horrifying regimes to live under or around or in the way of. Yeah, they encountered non-governments and they're like, oh, wow, like this is a mess. This is a mess. Coming from England or Spain or Portugal, France, where they have organized systems, where they have streets and cobblestone streets, where they have these massive palaces being built, and these cathedrals, and they have a system of unified religion and belief and value. And they show up here and they're like, what? This is carnage and chaos. Like, these guys are moving around over here. And the place over there, like, I don't even know what that is. Is that Oklahoma? And then, kind of in backwards order here, but then, like, they encountered the governments, and it was way, way, way worse. Way worse. They're like, holy shit. These guys have aggregated all the resources into one retard who believes, like, the sun coming up is talking to him. He's got, like, all sorts of stuff going through all sorts of his parts of his body. He's wearing feathers, which is gayer than Elijah Schaefer. You can't do that. Oh my God, they're cutting people's hearts out.
We paid them beads, motherfucker. Beads. They thought we were the suckers.
Like, we're going to give you these beads, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. Like, we're getting these fucking necklaces.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Without those horrible colonizers, your fat ass wouldn't exist. None of us would. You complete tard.
I know, because without the colonizers, the buffalo would have been extinct. They saved this Tatanka.
Sundown towns weren't just anti-black, they were pro-white zones. Created
the town that dreaded sundown. She's talking about, like, they had a movie about this in, like, 1972, I think, 73, called The Town That Dreaded Sundown. I think you got a remake in the 2010s as well. And yeah, there was some really shitty stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, but some people hundreds of years ago did some really shit stuff sometimes.
To keep white control over land that was never theirs.
Theirs? What is this, a Ja Rule video?
And they didn't just want you gone after dark.
Oh, do we got an MG Law raid? Hell yeah, welcome to MG Law. Welcome to his viewers. You guys are welcome here. Even though you're colonizers on our land, is ours. Is ours. My wolf too sucks.
Many wanted you gone permanently. These towns posted signs that basically said,
wait, many wanted who gone permanently? The Wendy's wants her gone permanently.
Theirs.
Theirs.
And they didn't just want you gone after dark. Many wanted you gone permanently.
Oh, they wanted to kill black people. Yeah, yes. We know. Guess what? I don't, though. Fuck you. Also, why are you talking about... Okay, she's doing this thing. She's talking about these sundown towns, which were, again, she's conflating for somehow. She's making this conflation of indigenous peoples and Africans that were brought over. And these sundown towns were wicked to Africans. Like that was a thing. And she's like, no, they wanted you gone. Natives. It's like, no, they were already like the sundown towns came later, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure Andrew Jackson had already come through and he's like, hi, yeah, no, I'm going to hold your hand and I'm going to drag you across 1,800 miles of death and despair. And you're going to go into these like cool, like swampy areas. They're really nice, a little humid though. Not quite what you're used to, but get the fuck out. Pretty sure that had already happened. You're talking about sundown towns. They're not talking about killing natives, lady.
These towns posted signs that basically said, don't let the sun set on you here.
Don't let the sun go down on me.
But the people that they were threatening were often the direct descendants of the original indigenous people of this land.
What's an original indigi? Like, what is that? I need her to define it. And she can't define her own cheekbones, but I need her to define what she means by that, because I'm pretty sure she doesn't understand whatever it is. Whatever she's going to say, I don't believe that. I don't believe that answer, but I want to know what it is. She's not going to.
Original indigenous nations, dark-skinned indigenous families who had already been reclassified, colored, Negro, or mulatto, just to hide who they truly were.
Very offensive. We call them caramellos over here. You can't use mulatto anymore. God, does she not know this?
Places like Anna, Illinois, Vidor, Texas, Forsyth County, Georgia, pardon me, and thousands more across America. These weren't small, isolated incidents. By the 1900s, the U.S. was covered in towns where white settlers had pushed out indigenous people.
Yes, that is correct. I don't know why. I still don't understand why this is controversial. In 1800 and before, you could just like take over a country. You just take it. You take it if you're cooler than the other one. You have a dance battle and you win. And it's yours. Like that's how you take something. But you know, it's crazy. She talks about stolen land and all this stuff. Like, there's a mix of this happening between different groups. And, you know, the United States would eventually kind of move west across the country. But prior to us moving west, you know, you had Spanish settlements, you had French settlements, like Louisiana, for example. And they had done a pretty good job of fucking with the native populations too. And then we kind of took it from them.
Stole their homes, burned their communities, and then made rules banning those same families from returning to their home. And people wonder why the census changed people's races. Because if the truth stayed intact, that the people they were excluding were actually the original.
Oh, so they were like, she's taking this from black people. Oh, that's even funnier. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I can keep watching. She's taking it from black people. I go, no, there's all that horrific atrocity that was happening to you guys. Nope. They actually just lied about it, and it was actually natives. Fuck you guys. That's whew. That's amazing. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not going to sit there and listen to the rest of that. That got so retarded. Where is this guy? Damn it. There's this guy. I have to. I don't know if I sent this fucking video. I saw it hours ago. Shit, I swear. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I thought I had it. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this. Fuck. It's going to piss me off. SFAKSF. Thank you for ending that, Nick. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm just mad because like this. So the video I'm thinking of, if anybody knows where I can find it or what Twitter account it was on, if you've happened to see it, it was a guy who's like a cut rate Brad Pitt looking motherfucker. It's just a woman's ass. That has nothing to do with stolen land at all, I'm pretty sure. But it's just this video. This guy is like, his face is right in the fucking camera. It's very dramatic, mostly black and white, maybe a little bit of color pop in there. And he's talking to me about stolen land. I was listening to it and I'm like, no. There's like 370 overt acts or 370 treaties that we violated. Maybe I can find it that way. Holy shit. Trying to find this is impossible. 370 violated treaties, based, by the way. Show prep off the charts today, guys. I'm really proud of myself. I'm sorry. Okay, like this is not the video I was looking for. Goyim, a brief history of the cattle. All right. Thanks. Oh my God. Where can I find this shit? So I really wanted to go through this because he said so many things that were addressable. Guys, trust me, his video is so good at to be made fun of. I can't fucking find it now. I'm really sad about this. Why don't I have this? Media. Maybe, that. Fucking hell. Stolen land video. Oh, hey, there's a whole bunch of these things. This is a whole different way to search. I've never even tried. Everything is just Billie Eilish, though. We might move on in a second, or we'll take a break and I'll try and find it while I'm doing something else. Oh. Oh my God. Like, in all honesty, it's probably one of the better videos on the subject. It's just full of wrong shit, but like it looked good. Like it was well produced. The guy was well spoken and concise. He may have been a lawyer or something. Oh, I'm so mad that I didn't grab it. I swore I grabbed this. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's swap this up a little bit. We're going to I have to do something horrible to you guys, and it's because I'm really angry and I don't like you. That's not true. I love you all. I have to talk about a person I don't really like to talk about. But like all of a sudden some things have come to light. And I want to talk about them real quick. Some of them involve me. And where are we? Okay. All right. go away thing. Should have said, I'm really sorry to do this to you. This is a person from my past. Okay. And I don't like to bring them up. I don't like to talk about them. But this was the first thing that I saw the other day that made me go, okay, all right. I think we need to talk about this. Because I don't know if people realize like how insane this person is. So then we're gonna do this, but then we gotta go to the next thing too, which is about me. This one's not about me. And I'm sorry to do this to you. This is
I mean, it is fair. Like, Jake Shields is probably in his 40s, and all of his stuff is basically just edgelord meme shit. Like, there's not any depth to it whatsoever. He brought he and Strickland, Sean Strickland of the UFC, brought Kyle Rittenhouse to their gym. And I think it was Chris Curtis went, dude.
The funny thing about talking about this person is, okay, based on him saying this alone, I think it's probably not true. But listen to what he says about Kyle Rittenhouse, because this is wild. So this is Aaron. Aaron has been he moonlights as like a pretend Nazi, semi-racist or whatever, based Christian, but not Christian, like, because he's not actually, like, he doesn't actually believe in any of that nonsense, except when it's performative. But he's all that, and he's been on the right forever. Okay, but like, just hear me out.
I thought we were boys. Why would you disrespect me like this? You know I don't want this fucking retard here. And Jake Shields is like smiling the whole day. He's like, oh, look what we did. We brought Kyle Rittenhouse to the gym. I think what they should have done is putting that fucking Wisconsinite retard in the octagon and let him spar with Chris Curtis. Because Kyle Rittenhouse needs an ass whooping worse than just about anyone else. We got it. You went down to a protest armed with a...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? Wait, what? Why does Kyle Rittenhouse need an ass whooping? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Rifle and you cried on stand because you shot some people. Shut up, bitch. You wanted to shoot people that day. That's what you were in it for, to LARP.
At this host sentencing, he cried on the stand. He cried to the judge. He cried. Choked up and cried as he delivered his statement while being sentenced. That was his thing to do. I love this, that he's sitting here calling out Kyle Rittenhouse, who had to defend himself from an entire mob of hundreds of people, killing two of them and ghosting the bicep of another one, leaving it only in legend and story. And also getting jump kicked in the face by the one guy to live, who is a black guy. He was, I don't know, like, how he avoided being shot, but he did. And he's sitting here like, yeah, you should just fucking man up. Bitch, you were crying on the stand.
And play Marine. You got your wish. Stop crying. And I don't like that he cried on the stand. Remember when he was like hyperventilating? Worst acting job I've ever seen. But now he wants to walk around and act like he's based, like, hey, you think I should go down to Minneapolis with my gun? Shut up, faggot. You don't get to cry the way you cried and blubber like a baby, but then go, oh no, I'm still.
So this is funny because what has happened, if you don't know, and if you don't know that, no one would fault you. No one should have to monitor any of this, but unfortunately, there's some reasons that I have to. But that being said, Aaron went down to some of these protests and he live streamed them. And his live streams of the protests got tons and tons of views. And what happened is Aaron became a liberal immediately because he talked to protesters and he's like, so what's going on out here? And they're like, oh, we hate ICE. He's like, me too. And he comes back and he's like, you know what ICE is doing is really bad. So now Kyle Rittenhouse is a bitch or whatever for crying on the stand and for annihilating a pedophile or two. And it's just I'm like, I can't. There are very few like things that he does that I'm just like, this is amazing.
Badass Rambo guy. Fuck off. Kyle
always presented as the badass Rambo guy and not the guy who's just like there doing stuff and really got in a shitty situation. Badass Rambo is actually how they sold that to the jury. It was perfect.
Rittenhouse is an embarrassment. And Jake Shields, that's what I mean about Jake Shields. There's no point to him. It's all just edgelord bullshit. It's, we brought Kyle Rittenhouse into a MMA gym. Cool. You're the fucking Tom Green of conservative podcasting.
Okay. That's the first thing. I'm sorry. These are just things that I came across and
Jesus
fucking hell. I don't want to hear him talk until I find the right thing. Oh, this one I really liked. This one's about me. So I had to set you guys up. I have to get you to not like this person first. That's the goal. That's the technique that's being used upon you. You are being manipulated right now. Now here's him discussing me, and I love this so much. This is great. Because it's rare that someone says something that is the exact opposite of what they want to convey. And they don't know it, but here it comes.
All right, let's just do this Milo thing. So we went over this during the evening show. I want to go over it with you guys. Elijah Schaefer worked for The Blaze. Elijah Schaefer was always a douche. Elijah Schaefer was never any good. He's burned.
Elijah Schaefer's never any good. His show is cataclysmically larger than yours has ever been. Over and over and over. Signed. It was syndicated by the fucking Blaze. Like, what are we talking about? You may not like Elijah Schaefer. You may think he's like a douche or fag or whatever. Like, that's fine. Who cares? But like to sit there and be like, yeah, he was never good at his job. No, he's very good at his job. Like, holy shit.
With a lot of people he used to work with, apparently has a massive drug problem. All these guys,
we have no idea. I just want to point this out too. We have no idea the level of drug problem that Elijah Schaefer has. Most people I know don't have a problem with drugs. They just take care of them. No big deal. But you know, like, we have no idea. He's just, this is all speculation. Now, the funny thing is, so much of what he does is like a projection based on me. And of course, to me, that's flattering. I've always loved it.
Conservative grifters. I think a lot of it is for the insecurity. I mean, I've known one of them personally, up close and personal, and they're
yeah, you did. You knew me up close and personal. That's right. So well. How well you knew me is crazy. Let's listen.
They're all loaded. All these trad cons, basically.
Not conservative. Other people called me trad. Like, other people call me trad because, like, I had a long running marriage with 5 children, and we homeschooled, and we're Christian. So yeah, like, there's some traditional values there. People did that. I also talked pretty openly about pornography and degeneracy on a very fucking frequent basis. Had been a libertarian the entire time, and specifically said, even though like at the time I didn't do any drugs, that I believe that they should be fully legal. Like, calling me a conservative is a stretch, but okay. Like, all right.
Are all loaded with insecurity and imposter syndrome. And I think the drugs and
do you guys know what imposter syndrome is? Because Aaron doesn't. He doesn't have any idea. Okay. He has no idea what imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is something where you don't believe that you are worth your achievements. like that the real objectively viewable achievements that you have, you don't believe you could have possibly accomplished them. Someone else, an imposter, must have succeeded for you because you can't do it. Imposter syndrome was first diagnosed in women coming into the workplace when we started to bring women into the workplace, because they weren't really allowed to advance and stuff like that for a long time. And then all of a sudden they started moving up and moving up and moving up. They didn't really believe that they possessed that right skill set to do that. They didn't believe in the promotions. Maybe they doubted them because they thought the promotions were based on sexuality or nepotism or whatever. They didn't believe that they had actually achieved the things that they were supposed to achieve. Because the dark secret of work is for most jobs and most things that are out there, like the amount of effort that needs to go in to be successful is actually much less than what's perceived. It really is. And so if you're new to that environment, you go, oh man, I'm succeeding, but I can't be like everybody else is working so hard. That's not necessarily true. But so I love that he's saying I have imposter syndrome, because he's just telling me I have objectively measurable achievements. And I just, my insecurities prevent me from recognizing them. That's true.
And a little bit of homosexuality and all of the sex stuff. I think that's to cover up the imposter syndrome.
A little bit of homosexuality and all of the sex stuff. Okay, so sex is there to cover up the imposter syndrome of people like, it comes across as having imposter syndrome. Elijah Schaefer, the man with no ego. Right? Like the man with no ego. And me, of course, none.
That's the best diagnosis I can find. And they're all delusional. This Elijah Schaefer, you'll find out, they just create worlds, live in those worlds, and anyone who dare breaks through, they lash out at them. Kevin Brennan kind of knows what that's like now. As he breaks through another TradCon facade.
Yes, TradCon. One of the things that's been really funny through all of this is people telling me like how I did the Trad Dad show. And because they always missed it. It wasn't the Trad Dad show. It was the Chad Dad chat. It specifically brought in fathers from all kinds of different
hold my breath until something actually,
all kinds of different philosophies and outlooks and perspectives. He's been on a little bit of a discussion tear about me this week, so we got just a couple of these clips real quick. I'm sorry. I have to indulge this a little bit because it's fucking funny to me, and I don't get to do it very often, but here you go.
The bigger the cross, the bigger the sinner. When he met Stock's husband, Schaefer kissed.
Here we go. Let me do this real quick. Tim the Tool says, you kind of did put out that vibe in the beginning, though. Be honest. Yeah, like, again, Christian, father, married for, I've been married 21 years now. So at that time, it would have been 14, 15 years that I've been married. And we homeschool 5 kids. Yeah, like those are all true, though. Like that was a real thing. But you notice what I didn't do? Like I didn't sit there and sell you. I didn't read you Bible verses. I didn't say, oh, you need to live in this particular way or whatever. I said, this is how we do things. Because it's just true. I don't know what else to do about it. But like true things are true. But yeah, like but I guess I did, like I put out those vibes, sure, like because they were real. I kind of changed though. Like I've had a lot of time to see things and experience different things in life, and I've changed a couple of my opinions about stuff, but that's okay.
Kissed him on the forehead in the manner of a priest. Now this is going to come out in some of these Milo tweets here that we're going over.
He literally wore a.
But Elijah Schaefer is probably bisexual.
That Pope hat is from like a blood magic sex cult. And I'm not even joking. That's what makes it great.
He's probably into dudes. He's absolutely into people doing stuff to his butt. Elijah Schaefer's affair with Sarah Stock will come as a surprise to some observers. many of whom are convinced that Schaefer is, or at least was, gay. Others regard him as a cookie-cutter drunk and womanizer. Both groups are correct. That's another thing. Again, I've known these trad guys who go off into drugs and everything else. The gay just kind of seems
now you
to
know why
come with
Aaron
it.
always sat in the corner and cried while he watched, and why I left him.
Again, this hoe knew me for like 4 months. 4 months, and he's acting like he's an expert on and all trad conservative creators. Okay, that's cool.
And it's really uncomfortable. Schaefer says he had a twink phase before he got married. And if you don't know what a twink is,
That's so funny.
Milo goes into detail here describing it. I don't even like to read it. It's a little spindly gay dude who likes to be up bottom. I'm trying to let Jeremy keep the show on at work today, so he gives us another $300. A little known fact about Schaefer is that he attended church with and grew up around. Drum roll, please.
By the way, this is an important one. Octavian says Elijah is definitely not trad. Elijah, I think, recently converted reaffirmed his Catholicism. But every time he came on this show, he kind of rejected the whole trad thing. Talked about how he grew up in, he grew up in California. I think San Francisco specifically. He was very comfortable with with gay people and stuff like that. Like it was, this guy did not come across to me as trad. He came across to me as far right. Like Elijah's always been far right. Like that's how I classified him. But maybe I'm crazy.
Benny Johnson. Did they make these people in a fact?
Okay, he grew up near Benny Johnson, I guess. That's something. But yeah, so on to the next one. There's how many more of these? Oh yeah, I guess that one was he implies that I have homosexual tendencies. Yeah, open your eyes. Where's the other one? Fuck. Okay, I guess it's just those two. It's just those two. But I wanted to. Oh, there was one more fucking thing about this. So there's a reason I'm doing all this, and it's to get to him talking about my stand-up act, so that we can watch this little clip from my stand-up act. Okay. What is this? Lil Galaxy says your tells are showing. Wait, which ones? Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Here it is. Here it is. And then we'll, I think this is the last clip of his I'm going to show. It's just a little detour into silly stuff. Oral fixation ones. Do you not like, man, just in a side note, I've done this show for 7 years. I think this is my 8th year doing it or whatever. And, I started in 2017. Oh shit. So this is my 9th year. I'm into my 9th year now. I drank almost every show. This is like a substitute for that, because I can't just sit here and like suck down Coca-Cola all night. And it kind of sucks. Like I don't mind vaping or whatever, but like it is very much like I guess an oral fixation or whatever, but it's something to fucking do.
Much. You need me more. Appreciate that. Says, there you go, Toe. $20 and 3 memberships. You're welcome. Hello, Oz. Well, thank you. I hope everybody feels.
Oh, this guy on the right is, he's from the local, I actually don't want to say anything bad about him. I don't really know much about him at all. His name is Oz. He was like a former co-host a long time ago, whatever, left the show, came back now to do shows. They sit there awkwardly next to each other, and they don't really have any good chemistry or whatever, but I don't know the guy, so I'm not going to shit talk him.
Like giving $20 and 3 memberships. When Wouldn't it be nice if we were? You guys are doing
51st dates.
You guys, yes, you
Thanks.
guys are doing great this morning.
Thanks for the help
Thank
on
you
that one.
very
That was
much.
cool.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and again, throw us some membership.
So
I already have to go until 8 today.
What?
Or,
Bathroom?
8? No, I'm sorry,
Bathroom?
11. I have to go
was gonna
until
say.
11 today.
Scrolling through the old toe,
Holy fuck, this show is terrible. This is worse than me looking through Twitter while you guys can't see.
page, and I noticed a comedy show coming up.
Can I turn him down a bit? Yeah.
In October, or is that last year?
Yeah, that was
Mayor and
you understand that was 2 years ago.
oh,
Almost
bummer.
3 years
No,
ago.
I just glanced at it really quick, and I'm like, oh.
You understand that was the beginning of the end of everything. You understand that was the beginning of the nightmare. Somebody just reposted that.
That's why I saw it. Okay, I just glanced quick enough to not look at the dates.
Thanks, Oz. No, they reposted that because Kevin Brennan has been brutally and mercilessly clowning.
Holy
Nick
shit, I found the
Rekieta.
other video.
Oh, he's been having a thing
And
with that. Okay.
Nick had a criminally terrible.
He's ruthlessly and mercilessly roasting Nick Rekieta. Watch out. The Kevin Brennan roast coming in at 270 degrees.
Terrible stand-up set at a show we brought him on to guest spot, and he bombed horribly. And Brennan wanted it. Somebody found the video.
I love this. He bombed horribly. First of all, people seem to get this wrong because Chrissy Mayer was really rude and her dad got murdered on the night of the show, so she wasn't there. And people think I was brought in as a replacement for Chrissy Mayer. That's not true. Chrissy had booked me at the show. She had booked me to do stand-up. She called me or texted me, I can't remember, a long time prior. Actually, prior to July, because it was before Anime Matsuri. Because at Anime Matsuri, I got invited to something really fun on the same day, and I couldn't go because I'd already agreed to this. But it was before Anime Matsuri. Chrissy Mayer said, I'm going to be up in Minnesota on this date. Would you like to do, we should hang out and do something. Would you like to do stand-up? I'm going to do stand-up at a show. And I was like, yeah, okay. That sounds like it's going to be a disaster. I've never done stand-up. That'll be fun. It'll be stupid. I'm going to bomb. It's going to be great. So the whole point was that I would probably bomb having never done stand-up before. But I don't think, we'll see.
And then Kevin Brennan just ripped it to shreds. I mean, Kevin Brennan has been feasting
just absolutely
on the
destroyed
corpse of what used to be Rekieta, and it's been brutal to watch.
Okay.
Really brutal.
He's been eating my corpse,
So yeah, that's
guys.
what you saw.
Bummer.
That's what you saw.
Still going to have to add Chrissy to my selfie list, because I got, Keanu, that was cool.
Yeah.
And then Chrissy, and I was like, she'd be next on the selfie thing.
Well, make sure when you approach Chrissy.
You know who is on my selfie list? We're not going to talk about it. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, so now all of that pointless intro aside, we're going to go ahead and do what the fuck? We'll go ahead and do this. This is for you guys. I've never done this on stream here. I only ever posted it on locals. This is not the whole thing. But we can watch for a little bit. And the best part is it has Kevin Brennan's commentary, which is perfect. This is a clip from Doom. I saw Doom in the chat earlier. Doom lurks. Doom is always watching.
Doom's an asshole, but I'll unban the guy.
I guess that's a different way to say it.
The stage, by far the most famous. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, by far the most famous person here. Please welcome his first time doing stand-up comedy, Mr. Nick Rekieta.
Yay, that guy sounds cool.
I've been saying it wrong this whole time?
Yeah, it was funny, Kevin.
I thought it was like the cheese.
It's a good joke. We've been doing it for days.
None of the other guys can. None of the other grandmasters can play this because they're all in bed with Nick Rekieta, all the Meltons and the Super Tip guys.
I think they've all played it. Melton played this a long time ago. What is he talking about?
They're all Team Rekieta and Team Super Tips.
Nobody there
Oh,
sings at all. Exactly.
Oh, he's already getting a big laugh. Oh, he's bending over. Happier times for Steel Toe. This is when they started doing coke that night?
No, Kevin. Although, well, I got a funny thing about that. No, I mean, I was and Molly. So I was on Molly and a bitch load of liquor already for this set. So I apologize for all the slurring.
And this only happened because Chrissy Mayer's dad got murdered, allegedly, because
Very
of
rude.
bad gambling advice or
Inconsiderate
something,
of
whatnot.
him.
Sight gay, that's always a hoot.
How's it going? No, I've never done the stand-up before, but it's great to be invited
He's already better than Ray.
to do stand-up with.
So he's talking about Ray DeVito. Like, I guess he's, I don't think he actually thinks I'm better than Ray DeVito, but like he's making fun of Ray. It's a very funny inside joke there. For his audience, it's not an inside joke, I guess. Like, it's an outside joke or whatever.
A bunch of cripples and retards. It's like American Idol. Like, you know you actually have talent because everyone else has a good story. Like, what's your story?
I like that joke. I like that joke because I had just followed the illustrious Johnny Crutches, who's a guy with MS, and the stage is about 6 inches off of the other stage. And Johnny Crutches getting up onto that stage took like 15 minutes, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. But then I found out that wasn't part of his act.
Like, did your mom die because her boyfriend beat her?
I don't know what they bleeped out there, but it must have been pretty offensive.
I'm like, well, no, he was white. But no, the thing is, like, I don't have one.
You wait.
And they're like, oh.
I'll wait.
Well, you know, yeah, like I just grew up normal, like middle
did?
class or whatever, or upper middle class. Like, I think that's what white people call middle class. But I grew up like that, and I don't have a sob story.
Middle class? I thought he grew up rich.
There's so much you don't know about me, Kevin.
And they're like, well, how do we sell it? I'm like, well, I'm white, so a bunch of people will identify with me because people still don't own TVs. And Mexicans only watch Univision, so we're fine. No, it's gonna be good, Fox. We'll be great. But anyway, thank you for having me up here. I literally have no idea what to do. Stop clapping. Oh my God, that's Riley. If you couldn't hear the fat clapping through his hands.
Fun fact: Riley was fat even back then. That's real. That was a real assessment. That wasn't even a joke.
It was effusive. I'm trying to find like that fat movement where Aaron was up here earlier. He's like, look, if I'm on the stage, it creeps. I'm like, well, love you, Steve. Who's Steve? Wait, is that Jake again? Jake, are you talking? Cheese guy? Are you talking about the cripple over here? No, I didn't. I don't talk about cripples. I mock them. But I don't talk about them. That's rude. Because like it assumes they can hear like people, but that's not true.
Oh no.
I don't know why God like puts comedians on stage when he just made disabled people.
I went hard on the disabled for a while. Like, I figured that, you know, they've had it rough. They can take it. That's why I switched to black people and then Jews right after. It was amazing. Anyway, we got Just J Hip says, I hear this Nick guy is a nice chap. When his Lips coming on? I don't know. I spoke to Lips earlier today. Leslie, we had a wonderful conversation. But we haven't, you know, fully fleshed out the schedule yet. But we'll do that soon, I hope. Jillian Seed says an Indian tribe could get you a new law license. Probably. I don't need a new one. My old one's fine. Intelligentleman says, chill a bit on those vapes. Love you, brother. Yeah, I know, but it's like hard because it's about putting something in my mouth.
He knows Trad Guy.
He does. He does.
Yeah! The worst thing in the world, apparently, is a stand-up comic is knowing when one guy laughs, like that's the level of your comedy. It's like, oh, it's for 73 IQ people.
I would have killed at a Somali convention.
Don't drown in your soup later, sir. The world apparently is a stand-up comic is knowing when one guy laughs, like that's level.
I don't know why he backs it up. He did that. That wasn't me. I didn't do that.
IQ people. Don't drown in your soup later, sir.
Wow, we gotta laugh.
Just one. See, I love this because the funny thing is I expected way more criticism from Kevin on this, but he didn't criticize me. So thanks, Kevin. This is really nice of you. We're not going to sit and watch this whole thing. It's a bit indulgent. I also found the video I was talking about that's more important.
Disabled people are cool, I think. Like, why is that funny? I thought I was the monster. It turns out I'm just a viewer. Turn back on you. No, disabled people are great. Like you guys, there's one of them. What's not wrong? I'm Johnny. Johnny's up here talking about all his problems. I'm like,
oh, Johnny was there. Johnny Crutches.
Yes, and Lila Hart. That was the whole thing. It was like a fucking charity fest. Like, oh my God. Had to wade through people like muling on the ground, getting government checks.
You heard of Stephen Hawking, sir? That guy was pretty good at stuff. Fair. He wasn't good at walking. Worse than you, which is something.
He's doing better than Ray. He's literally doing better than Ray did. Whenever I've seen Ray, he's doing better than Ray.
I'm really good at opening his mouth or talking, like get a computer to do. That's my favorite conspiracy theory, though, right, guys? Like, if you heard that one, they're like,
I really hated that transition, actually. I didn't like this at all.
Jesus. There is no writing into his machine to make him say what they want. Like, it wasn't very visual.
Oh, yeah. I think they keep blurring out Jews. Because we all know that they control the fucking Stephen Hawking bots.
That was great. We didn't talk about bank loans or anything. Didn't have inflated numbers and talk about missing teeth. Like, I don't know what's going on with that, but that's my favorite.
Missing teeth joke did not land. That was about the teeth. It's about the teeth of the Holocaust. If you haven't looked it up, the teeth of the Holocaust is a thing Stephen Hawking talked about all the time.
Stephen Hawking conspiracy, they're like, no, they definitely took him over and said stuff from his chair. I'm like, but it's the same stuff that like other retarded people would say. So I'm not sure why Stephen Hawking.
That's a hacky thing now to call everybody retarded.
Now this is 2 years ago.
That's what hacky comics do, but he doesn't even
I'm doing a set about disabled people, you retard.
know how hacky it is because it's his first time allegedly.
Wins that award.
I know, be gentle.
But he won a lot though, because he was good at stuff. Right? He wasn't good at standing, he wasn't good at talking, but he's really good at like math, right? He's
Things are getting quiet.
pretty good at adultery too. I don't know if you guys know that. But like
Takes one to know one.
Game recognized game, motherfucker. I love when people throw my past at me. No, don't.
Look, I know. Look, I've seen this crowd. There are lots of adulterers out here. Like, look at you guys. You know who you are. But give me Instagram or whatever. No, like, but he was better at it than you because he's crippled and his penis doesn't work, and he still managed to swindle a nurse over his own wife. He's like, I am leaving you, you bitch. And she's like, what the f-? He's like, this dick only works for nurses who are brunette. And he did it. And I was like,
Nailed
oh
it.
my God. He's
Stephen
great.
Hawking,
Oh, things are getting slow.
100% chat.
Some stuff. But again, mostly math, but also the second one. But like Stephen Hawking's weird because he's like, it's like, how does this guy even happen? Like, because he's like, well, he used to be like a stand-up guy, but he's not. Like, and then later it wasn't so easy. And you're like, what happened? And you're like, okay, no, I know. Look, I can explain this. Like, I'm a Christian, like, so I believe in God. He's divine healing and everything.
Here we go. There's I brought the trad into it. Shit. Fuck. Sorry. Don't listen to that part.
Calvinist, right? So you're all here for a reason. You didn't have to take that up with him. I don't know what you did wrong, but he's like, it's like God sitting there, he's playing with his Legos, right? And then like his dad comes along, he's like, here's a Technic set with no instructions. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? He's like, I don't know. So he makes like this weird motorized wheelchair out of all the new parts that don't look like Lego parts. And he's like, so I'll put this guy in it. And he sits Stephen Hawking in there. And what could go wrong? And Dad God, like, because there's like a lot of them, right? Like, there's like at least 3. I don't know how
Stephen Hawking joke didn't land the way I wanted it to.
There's like the dad one, the son one who's also the dad, and the wife one who's the Holy Ghost, who's also the dad. The wife one's weird though, well, because she's like normal, right? She's like in the background, but always criticizing like everybody. Not God though, like not criticizing God, like everybody else. Like no, like.
Nick was what?
So then he stopped. He stops watching it right there, I think. Oh no, he keeps watching it. I don't want to keep watching it though. What I'll do at some point is probably just re-upload the whole thing. I don't know if I can play it uncensored on YouTube. Like I had a couple really banger Jew jokes in there. It's like I don't know if those should be out there, but it was good. I liked it. I don't know. I thought it was fine. I'm surprised he really just didn't have much to say, which is kind of like sad to me. I was hoping to get roasted, and I just didn't. And here we go. It's not on this video, or I just skipped to it, but I'm telling you of the whole set, there was one joke that was really fucking good. There's one joke for sure. That was really, really good. And it was a Jew joke about the 6 million. And it was a good joke. There's no other way to say it. I don't know how else to do it. I'm not trying to be like, all proud or whatever. It was just a fucking good joke. And when I wrote it, I was like, this is going to be a good joke. And it landed really great. But you'll have to find it. You can find it on my locals. Maybe I should upload it to the YouTube members only because I forgot that it's not there. But a whole bunch of, that's because I was focusing on locals for a long time. But I'll make sure it gets uploaded over there.
Hey man, I sent you an MSG on Twitter about my daughter's fundraiser. Sorry, I work at 2 a.m. so I had to sleep, but I'm up now watching.
Okay. Chat, I need your help. That segment was slower than I wanted it to be, and that's okay. We have a mission, all right? I don't always do stuff like this because it's always, it's always kind of weird. People reach out to me and they'll say, "Hey, like, can you help out with charity or a fundraiser?" All right, and I haven't done this in a long time, and I was like, I don't know, right? I don't know. This guy sends me the fundraising page for his daughter. Okay. And I'm going to ask chat to help here. His daughter is trying to get 25 sales. All right. 25 sales gets this little girl a limo ride And it's all she wants. That's it. And guys, this is basic, straightforward stuff that you fatsos are going to like, and you skinny people. It's just cookies, and they deliver them to your house. It's really simple. I don't know if we can make this little girl's dream come true of riding in a limo, but I'm going to post it in the chat. I'm going to bring it up in just a second, but I'm going to post this link, and I'll bring it up on screen, and I'm going to make my order. So that means 24 more orders to do this. And this little girl gets to go to, she gets to ride in a limo, which is, I think, is super adorable. Here you go. She's 30 years old. This is a joke. Here we are. So this is Madison Stumborg's fundraising page. And all you have to do, like, here it is. You can ship to home or ship to your school or whatever. They have cookie dough for cookies. They got popcorn. They got desserts. They got, like all sorts of shit you can buy. All she needs is 25 orders, guys. You got gummy bears. You got trail mix. Any of this stuff. I don't know if you guys are willing. But look at this. Look at this little girl. All she wants to do is ride in a fucking limo. And also, the limo ride goes to the ice cream stand. Like, how perfect is this? So I'm going to ask you guys if you would be so kind. I don't typically directly ask, but I think this is really cute. And the dad's like, I just want to bury those other students. He wants his daughter to get this 25 sales. He said, can you please share it on the show? So I said, yeah, 100%. I want to do that because that's funny. And I definitely want, this little kid to get what she wants. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go make an order right now. I don't know if it's going to, I'll try and show you guys a receipt of this. I like to, if I ask people to do something, I always do it. That is my personal thing. Oh, hey, here we go. You can do donations. You can just do straight up donations. So I'm going to donate $75. $100. We're going to donate $100. We're going to donate $100. Why would I do 75? What a cowardly move. I'm going to do $100, and I'm going to put my info in here, and I'll bring it up, show you guys that I'm serious about that. I don't play around with stuff like this. If I'm asking you guys to donate, then I'm donating to. There we go. Let me enter my payment info. You guys cannot see my credit card number. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, no thanks. Let's see. Here we go. Is this, there, perfect. Here, I'll show you guys. We have it. There we go. Thank you for your order. Confirmation email will be sent to you as a receipt. Order details, $100, $5 online fee for that. Can you guys just consider making this little girl have a really, really good time? Okay. Can you do that? Can I pin the site? I can. I didn't, Joe Schmo, I didn't order anything. I just donated $100 cash. You can donate in $25 segments. If you don't want any stuff, you just want to help out with the fundraising or whatever, you can do that. I was like, I don't want to pick something. I'm on a show. I don't, But yeah, if you guys want to do that, that would be awesome. Joshua says, you're a phony. Wait, are you talking to me? What made me a phony? I just did it. I just did the donation. All these read shipped to school only. Okay, well, don't do that. Maybe just throw some donations her way. All of them? Yeah, that's lame. I was hoping that there would be a. It says there's an option to do, the other shipping, but I'm not an expert. What are they raising funds for? What if they were raising money to kill puppies? Well, I allegedly support that, so I'm okay with it. Oh my gosh. All right. So in all of that, though, I have found the video that I want to. Oh my God. I cannot wait for how much I fucking hate this video. Found the video I was looking for. And I want to go through this. This will be probably the last segment of the show tonight. I guess, maybe. I don't know. But we, we've got, hold on. Let me make sure. Let's see. I do have, I have a member show that I need to do. And it is, we need to make Hey Maya. And that's something that needs to happen. I think we're going to do that this weekend. Hey Maya is the song that we're going to write for Kurt talking to Maya, the girl who turned 18 while he was watching her trial. And he was very quick to point out how beautiful she was on her 18th birthday and say, holla at ya boy, Kurt. So that has to happen. That's something we need to do. Okay. All right, let's ignore all that. I don't know who this weirdo is, but his first line is, there are no illegals on stolen land, which is not true. There are illegals all over stolen land. Just as a concept, the idea of it being stolen would, that would make, if I accept your premise, that makes a bunch of illegals. Sorry, I have this steak that I made for Lady Raggets earlier. She didn't finish it. I'm not trying to be gross and eat on stream, but I got hungry. All right. Here we go. Let's find out. This thing was driving me fucking crazy the moment I started watching it. Oh, you're muted. Loser, unmute. Unmute. Here we go.
There are no illegals on stolen land, and federal law enforcement has no authority at all. Period.
Okay, so this retard's premise starts off with federal law enforcement has no authority. He's going to say, and then he's going to make the case that this is true. I want to point this out. Our chat doesn't tell lies. Alabama Amy says steak is delicious. Alabama Amy, this is this is a medium rare picanha. I don't know if you guys like picanha. It's like a sirloin cap, but it's oriented a little bit differently, so it kind of has a little bit of a different shape, and it has a huge, thick, juicy, fucking delicious fat cap on it. All right, here we go.
And to test this uncontroversial legal fact and the malignancy of this cancer that we call nationalism, all we have to do is examine the first 124 years of this juvenile colony's life on Earth.
Okay, so nationalism is a cancer, and now this is an uncontroversial, which I think they mean uncontrovertible, right? Oh, the echo. Sorry, the echo. Fuck. I fixed it. I'm sorry. think he means uncontrovertible, but he's saying uncontroversial. This is a controversial legal fact. It's also not true.
Just the years between 1776 and 1900, when the self-proclaimed U.S. government signed over 370 legally binding treaties with the actual native citizens of these lands.
Cool, they're all dead. And they still didn't have formalized governments until we forced them into it. Amazing Disgrace says, let's hope Kurt's skin condition isn't contagious. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, for Maya? Yeah, that would be really unfortunate for her.
And then materially breached all 370. Not just with civil infractions, but mass murders, war crimes, and the crime of all crimes. In other words, the U.S. government is here illegally.
Under what system of law? We've got a new member from Driveway Discussions joining at the paralegal level. Driveway Discussions, thank you. Thank you. It's been a little minute before since we've had any members join the stream. That puts us up at 12. Thank you guys so much. You guys joining up as members and also sharing your membership with others and sharing your members in the chat has been wonderful. And I really appreciate that you guys are trying to get more and more people involved in the show as much as possible.
And in case there is any doubt about this fact, the U.S. Supreme Court itself pled guilty.
That's not something that can happen. I don't know if you know how this works, but the Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. There's no court that they answer to, nor is there any possibility that they could enter a plea of any kind. Again, what formalized system of government are you talking about?
They put it in writing in 1823 in the famous case of Johnson versus McIntosh.
Let's see, Johnson versus McIntosh. We're going to pull it up because he is likely correct, I'm sure. Johnson versus McIntosh, which is, let's pull this up. This is probably, the thing I like about these old cases, this case is probably really fucking short. I'm wrong. This case is long as shit. Let's just pull up the syllabus. The syllabus. It's ready to go. I'm ready to go with it.
Which established the whole fraudulent legal foundation for any U.S. land ownership on what used to be called Turtle Island.
What are you talking about?
It was a lawsuit over whether a European colonial settler could purchase land from an actual native-born person, and the Supreme Court said, no, settler, you can't buy land from a native citizen of the Americas. Only the U.S. government can own this land.
Yes. So here's the deal, my man. My dude, my girl. The United States government is a sovereign, and the natives didn't have a formalized system of land ownership, so they couldn't sell land to someone who existed outside of whatever governmental entity that they had. They didn't have the right to buy that land because it belonged to a different government. Okay? It belonged to a different government entirely, like in a different legal system. It's not an enforceable thing for an American court to deal with. But let's see what Johnson versus McIntosh says. A title to lands under grants to provide individuals or to private individuals made by Indian tribes or nations northwest of the River Ohio in 1773 and 1775 cannot be recognized in the courts of the United States. Discovery, the original foundation of titles to land on the American continent as between the different European nations by whom conquests and settlements were made here. So again, you have a different system of land ownership, and it is not compatible with the European systems of land ownership. There are two main ones. There's the English common law land ownership system, and then the French system. They're slightly different. Louisiana still, the French Roman, I guess. Louisiana still follows that one. It's a big mess. So recognition of the same principle in the wars, negotiations, and treaties between the different European powers. Adoption of the same principle by the United States. The exclusive right of the British government to the lands occupied by the Indians has passed to that of the United States. So the other thing the court is saying is they don't own it. It's not theirs. Let's see. Foundation and limitation of the right of conquest. Application of the principle of the right of conquest to the case of the Indian savages. Nature of the Indian title as subordinate to the absolute ultimate title of the government. Effect of the proclamation of 1763. Titles in New England under Indian grants. This is an action of ejectment for lands in the state and district of Illinois claimed by the plaintiffs under a purchase and conveyance from the Piankashaw Indians and by the defendant under a grant from the United States. It came up on a case stated upon which there was a judgment below for the defendant. The case set out the following facts, and we keep going. But again, so the British government has the right to all of the lands, all of them. You can't buy them from the native tribe. The native tribe doesn't have the ability to sell them. It's not theirs. Random Unbreaded Commenter says, "Sir, I sent you a start for the Maya song a while ago. I know you did. An Amazing Disgrace 911 says, how many beads you got? More. I got a couple more beads, and we're going to buy this fucking mountain." So this guy's, he's like, no, you can't buy it from them because the Indians own it. Wrong. The British government is in control of it.
So you have to buy it from us. And by this land, the US of A meant all the land from north to south. Yes, the Supreme Court right there and then laid claim to 2 of the 7 continents that we have here on Earth. And to justify this incredible ruling, the United States Chief Justice John Marshall used the general rule of European colonial law.
Yeah, it's this amazing thing where colonialization was part of the, global society at the time, for whatever global society was. It all happened by letters and boats, but it was still a global society. There was still trade networks. There were still treaties. There were still international waters. There were still rules set up around land. And the rule of conquest was basically, if you showed up and put your flag on it, it was yours. And if a bunch of natives came hoo-hooing at you, throwing fucking tomahawks, guess what you did? You either ran away or you killed them. But you put your flag down already, so it's yours. Or the next guy who comes along. But that was claiming it in the name of governments, because that is how the European system worked. That is how land ownership and formalized nations were formed. Whatever you want to say about any number of tribes, and you can call them the Dakota Nation, the Sioux Nation, whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter, because they didn't have the European style of government. They didn't have a system that would recognize and integrate with the Magna Carta or with a constitution that would be drafted later. It's 2 different languages. And the easiest thing for the Europeans to do is say, cool, bye. We don't want to listen to you. We'll take the stuff, though, like the land, you can leave that. Can't take it with you. Get the fuck out. And I know it's very, very controversial for people, but there isn't a formalized government or recognition of ownership or anything else that we're competing with. Talking about taking land, they didn't possess their own land. That's one of the crazy things about it. And that's one of the things that they were so excited about as Europeans. They're like, we can't find anyone who actually owns this stuff. Like, and they're like, what are you talking about? And they're like, all of it, like the whole thing, all of it, all the way to California. Like, I heard a bunch of gay people are there. I know, but like, they don't own those either.
The right of conquest. And Marshall's words were written as thus. Conquest gives a title, which the courts of the conqueror cannot deny.
Correct.
A confession under duress.
That's not a confession, and it's not duress. Like, what are you talking about, you moron? John Marshall didn't have his balls in a vice when he's being forced to say this. They're just saying, like, no, this is how it goes. Once the sovereign acquires title to all of it, like you don't get to deal with some other government because it's not theirs anymore. It'd be like if your neighbor sold their property to Bill, and then you went to the neighbor and you're like, I want to buy that property, and he's like, yeah, I'll sell you the toilet or whatever. And Bill's like, no, it's mine. Fuck you. You can't buy it from him. He doesn't own it. It's very uncomfortable for people to sit there and go, oh, well, this rule of conquest. The rule of conquest was a formalized part of global society until 1947, I think it was, when the Geneva Convention occurred. That's the first time we stopped recognizing the right of conquest as a valid use of war. Up until then, you could do it. You could just declare war. Like Hitler got to declare war on other countries and go take them over. It's like, oh, that's German now. Grab a sausage.
The Supreme Court of this United States cannot deny the legal right of the government to steal this land because the court itself descends from that theft.
Kind of. The court is the government. It's not stolen. It is conquered. There's a difference. There's a big difference. We don't use conquest now, but that doesn't mean it wasn't normative then. How are you going to undo it? I'm sorry, guys. We'll all leave. Oh, okay. Makes sense.
And enforces that theft.
Can you imagine the disaster the world would be if, pardon me, but if indigenous tribes ran the Americas and Europe had never expanded west? Like, can you imagine how fucking crazy the world would be? Do we think that there would have been, this is a real question, would there have been breakthroughs in science and medicine and all that stuff in the Americas? Would that have ever happened? What would it look like? How would that have evolved? It's wild to think of.
Through violence. And so in the circular logic of a psychopath, the court admitted it has no authority, legal, moral, religious, or otherwise, over this land, over any person from sea to shining sea.
No, they have no authority to recognize a foreign government that no longer has the right to be there. Whatever brand of government it was, a chief and maybe a council of elders or whatever. They're out. They're gone. That's like saying, again, that'd be like the Supreme Court being like, oh, no, you can buy part of fucking Missouri from France now. No, France is gone. They don't own any of that land anymore, and they haven't for a while. We can't just go outside of the United States' authority and be like, no, we're going to recognize this other nation. They don't own it. They don't own it, and the court doesn't have the power to undo what the sovereign owns. Random Unbreaded Commenter says, imagine the casinos and smoke shops we'd have. They'd be so fucking great.
Which is obvious by the actions of the state, which over the next 7 years maimed, tortured, killed hundreds of thousands of the only actual native-born citizens of the Americas.
Again, history is ugly and smelly and murdery. Yeah, it is. There is no formalized system of land ownership that existed prior to Europe showing up in the Americas to say that the land was stolen. There was no one to steal it from. It's like a baseball glove sitting on a sidewalk. You walk up and take it. Someone's like, how dare you take the baseball gloves of the people who live here? Fuck you. What are you talking about? This is an abandoned baseball glove. It's just sitting here. No one owns this.
And forcing those remaining onto reservations. And so now less than 3% of the people under this illegal occupation of this military empire are actually native to this place. Everybody else is here illegally. Well, not everyone. It's actually a sliding.
And again, there is no system that makes presence unlawful prior to Actually, really, prior to the United States. And not even the beginning of the United States. It took a while for unlawful presence to be a thing. But because there was no formalized government, they didn't have a system of immigration and naturalization. There's no ability to break that law. It's not real. You can't do it. Amazing Disgrace says, we are in a position of power. Why would we submit to a savage third world demands? They didn't make the demands, though. Like, that's an important part of this. It's like they made a treaty for various lands or whatever. You can say they got cheated, or like, you know, the British made the treaty and the U.S. Cheated on them. They cheated them out of it. British cheated out of it. French did, whatever. Cool. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened, but there wasn't any formalized system of law that said otherwise. Because here's the crazy thing. If there was some actual system of law, that the Europeans showed up and there's an intelligible legal system where they go, okay, no, we own this. This is our nation. Here's our borders. Here's how we do this. And you know, this is our land. They would have been confronted with having to go to war for the land. People make the mistake of assuming that a lot of fights and conflict were a formalized war between governments. They weren't, though. Again, the European system was not equipped for the non-system that they encountered. The land is just open. It'd be the same as if it was owned by a bunch of nothing, like by nobody. The only thing was there was a dangerous aspect on the land, which would have been the natives who are mad. You know, the white people are chopping down trees and building, sheds or whatever. There are people who are angry. Anger doesn't mean you have a formalized system of government with a legal structure that can be recognized and that you can petition for redress. There's nothing there. But if there was, they'd actually, have a strong history of respecting that thing. They may go to war over it. They may try to take it, but they respected the legal systems that existed of, if we're talking about the UK, of France and Spain and Portugal, and anybody else.
Scale of illegality, which doesn't require a law degree to understand. A sixth.
No, it doesn't require a law degree at all. A sixth grader can get it in a few minutes. Why can't you?
Grader can get it in a few minutes, so even law enforcement will be able to do the math, but we'll save the accounting for the...
You just insult law enforcement's ability to do math? That's the only funny thing you've said so far.
End of this audit. At least 10% of this nation are descendants of people who were kidnapped and brought here by this American government by...
Who cares? Not this American government. Actually, pre-Reconstruction American government, completely different system of government. The Reconstruction amendments changed everything about the interplay between states. It changed everything about how the Constitution was applied down to the states where rights were guaranteed. It took away a lot of the petri dish sort of theory of each of the states, and it put a stronger centralized federal government there. But if you're going to say prior to 1865, you're Pumpkin, you're out of your depth here. Those are different nations. Like it's completely different than what we had in Reconstruction.
Force placed in labor camps where hundreds were rented out by these slavers to clear forests and swampland with help from landless laborers and others to build what the U.S. government now calls the White House and its Capitol building, where a Congress of mostly white male millionaires, hand-selected by the 1% of the 1%, sit around whenever they feel like it.
You kind of skip some steps, bud. That happened a lot, a little bit later, I should say. Happened a little bit later. Still prior to the 1865 thing.
Writing stacks upon stacks of rules designed primarily to further enrich themselves as if they own the place.
They did, motherfucker. That's the problem. That's the thing you don't understand. I'm sorry that someone bought the mall and shut down the arcade, but they're like, nope, we're going to put mini golf in. Sorry, I have trauma related to this, so you're gonna have to deal with me going glow in the dark mini golf. Glow in the dark mini golf. I want my arcade back. Where's Tekken Tag Tournament 2, motherfuckers? You can't do this. You can't take this from me. I don't want to play I like mini golf. I'm gonna play some mini golf, but I'm gonna play in the black lights. It's cool. I want my arcade back. It doesn't matter. I don't own the mall anymore. Well, I never did. I never owned the mall. I can't do what the mall's gonna do. What the mall's gonna do.
But from their motherland's English common law to modern property law,
all property law effectively stems from English common law, and I'm glad it does because it was a disaster beforehand. Oh my God. The system of ownership was king owns it. He can kick you off the land or you put you on. Like you had no permanency, no control, nothing about it, no choice really. You just had to beg, and maybe you got a plot of land to farm, and you had to give a huge amount of your share crops back up to the king. That's how it went. What are we talking about? And then suddenly they go, you know what? We'll give them rights, right? Like, and they started giving property rights out, and it's the most based system in the history of mankind. The idea that you actually have a right of ownership of anything is novel. It's novel in history. Because the only people who got to do that before were patriarchs and primarchs. Patriarchs and primarchs got to actually own things, not primarchs, not sorry, patriarchs and monarchs. Sorry, I'm in Warhammer 40K. Robute Gilliman's like, I'm gonna own this fucking well out here in Egypt. Patriarchs and monarchs were the people who owned anything at all, and no one else did. A formalized system of handing over property rights and preserving property rights and having someone be able to own something and pass it on to their children came from Europe. It came from primarily the UK in the 1400s, and that is a system has been a better, more equitable system than anything we've ever had. Maybe there's a better one. Haven't thought of it yet.
do not have legitimate ownership over anything produced through coercion, theft, or forced labor.
What are you talking
And that is a standard that goes all the way back to the Roman Republic. Nemo dat quod non habet. You cannot give what you don't have.
So he's... Bro, you have slaves and you own their labor. What are you talking about? If you don't have slaves, you have employees and you own their labor because you fucking paid for it. I hate these people.
And so,
I hate these people.
Strictly, legally speaking, the U.S. government doesn't even own its own house.
False. Incorrect. Oh, it was built by slaves. Guess what? I own the product of whatever the slave built because it's my property. We don't do that anymore because we're like, you know what? Maybe people aren't that. But we did. We did that. And again, you can disagree all you want with all kinds of systems, but what you cannot disagree with is the fact that you buy labor one way or another, and it's been that way ever since the founding of our nation. That bought labor produces a product that belongs to you. If you hire a bunch of people to build your house, by the way, everybody does this because people aren't out there building their houses on their own unless it's like Wrangle Star or something on YouTube. No one is doing that. They're buying someone else's thing. They're paying for the labor. They're exchanging for what is put into the thing to make it. And in the way they get the money to do that is by using their own labor, because we have this cool capitalist system that allows my labor at filling up cups at Dairy Queen or whatever of drinks to buy the labor of the guy who makes a chair, because I can't make a chair. I can make one out of cups. Guys, these types of shit, this shit pisses me off.
Common guys, we have 11 orders. Are you guys like skinny and poor or something? We did it. 25 orders. You guys fucking rock.
We did it. Yeah. Woo. I'm so happy. You guys are amazing. That little girl gets to ride in a limousine. Listen to that. We're going to play it again. Holy shit.
We did it. 25 orders. You guys fucking rock.
She used to ride in a limousine, make fun of all her friends who couldn't sell anything because they don't have any friends. Oh, you don't have any friends or family? Oh, they're all dead. Too bad for you. I'm going to get ice cream, bitch. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love it. That warms my heart.
And by their own founding charters, are not authorized to govern anyone without consent.
What are you
Yet their foundational labor force, Black Americans, were not only denied consent, they weren't even given citizenship status.
Yeah, we changed that in the 14th Amendment. I don't know if you were paying attention. I know that whatever shitty school you went to like tells you about how the 14th Amendment is, oh, that's how we get birthright citizenship. No, that's how we gave Black people citizenship after the horrific scourge that was slavery that denied citizenship. Although I don't know how much function citizenship would have actually had for the enslaved population. Of the late 1700s and early 1800s. I don't know that it would have done much good, but we did fix that in the 14th Amendment. So, I don't know. Again, I don't know where this guy's going with any of this stuff because it's all just specious. It's entirely specious.
By this illegal occupation for its first 92 years. Until after a civil war in 1868. So there is some serious back pay and damages owed right there.
Not really, because the person's dead, whoever worked on it. Like that one guy, the one guy you're talking about, he didn't make it.
Which we can calculate at the end of this audit. It took another 56 years before this U.S. government even granted indigenous peoples citizenship on their own land.
No, they were supposed to be their own land because for whatever reason, they didn't like the idea of assimilation. They're like, no, white man, we don't want to be under your European system. And they're like, we got beavers, like we got beaver skins and foxes and stuff. Like it's cool. We got a Megan Fox one day that'll be like, you'll see or whatever. And then another Megan Fox that's going to write some books and stuff like you should join up. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is remain independent. And we'll they started to formalize a system of government. They weren't citizens of the United States because they lived in their own nations by their choice until we broke those treaties and then brought them in 1924. Like, okay. Driveway discussions, 27 orders and $486 raised. I can't wait to see the video of Madison. Mom tells her she got her a limo ride. Awesome. Yeah, man. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. His voice is twice as loud as mine. Okay, I'll bring him down. He sucks.
In 1924. So if we simply start with a valuation of the land that's been stolen from East Coast to West, theft, which modern law would qualify as mass trafficking.
No, it wouldn't. Because slavery was legal. You can't call it theft if under the system that it was in, it was legal to do. I know it's tough to understand this shit. But if you change the law tomorrow, the transaction yesterday is not gone.
And racketeering, that alone would trigger triple damages. And then there's...
Based on what? Our system of law that came later? Where are you getting the triple damages, you fucking loser? It's not there anywhere else. But you already said that our system of law can't recognize the ownership of land outside of its own government. It can't work against itself. So no, there's no triple damages. Triple fuck you. Go away. Like that's what they would have to say. I'm angry. I'm sorry. I'm angry.
The Latinos and Mexicans and South Americans that this U.S. government is trying to ethnically cleanse right now.
Right, he went there. We're at ethnic cleansing levels, ladies and gentlemen. Just call us all. We are all Hitler now. I know how to take care of America.
Using paramilitary forces, which they claim are above any law, when large percentages of...
No. And again, ICE is not a paramilitary force. Nothing like it at all, actually. ICE is a law enforcement force. That's it. It's not paramilitary. It has a different hierarchy, a different command structure, a different, an entirely different rule book. The UCMJ would guide a military or a paramilitary that is sanctioned by the United States. ICE is under the regular Federal Register.
Their victims have actual native ancestry, whose colonial enterprises were here longer and earlier.
Colonial enterprises. Okay. Yeah, tons of those from the native zoning, businesses and stuff.
And whose claims to this whole set of continents are far more legitimate since they also culturally integrated.
Who do they
way
claim?
better than the English invaders.
Wait, what?
Who are still claiming rights by conquest. Wait, hold on a second. What did empire teach us all to regurgitate in school?
I need to go. What he said just didn't make no sense.
In 24. So if we simply start with a valuation of the land that's been stolen from East Coast to West, theft, which modern law would qualify.
Someone asked why his beard is different color, like down here. That's all the cum. So I have steak coming out of my mouth. It's all the cum. It keeps catching. It's bleaching it.
Qualify as mass trafficking and racketeering. That alone would trigger triple damages. And then there's the Latinos and Mexicans and South Americans that this U.S. government is trying to ethnically cleanse right now, using paramilitary forces, which they claim are above any law.
No one has claimed this at all. That's the crazy thing. They're all subject to federal law. They're just above state law because we have federal sovereignty and we can't have federal operations impeded by the bad actions of a state. A state doesn't have the right to do this. We tried this under the Articles of Confederation. You know what happened? We failed miserably.
When large percentages of their victims have actual native ancestry, whose colonial enterprises were here longer and earlier, and whose claims to this whole...
Again, can you imagine? He's like, oh yeah, no, that Nike can fucking get out because... Chief Cobble Shoes is over there making loafers. No, he wasn't. We got a sweat TP going with all the little kids, like stitching up everything. What are we talking about? That's what the British were doing. That's not what the natives were doing. There's no like commercial enterprise. They're they're so far pre-industrial at this time that it's insane. The U.S. is a pre-industrial society. But it's on the verge of industrialization for a little bit here. The native population isn't even fucking close.
Set of continents are far more legitimate since they also culturally integrated, way better than the English invaders who are still claiming rights by conquest. Wait, hold on a second. What did empire teach us all to regurgitate in school? That all people are where they are from conquest and war and genocide and everybody. Yeah, no, there was no.
Well, I don't know where he's going with this, but I can already tell he's that this is a stupid point. Does this motherfucker think that first of all, the status of indigenous people throughout the Americas there's still a question of exactly like what that timeline looked at like, but let's go with the land bridge model, where the USSR allowed a bunch of natives in 1800 BC or whatever to walk across a land bridge into Alaska, and then they had to go through Trudeau's Canada and then down into the United States or whatever. Does he think that in the process of spreading out across this land, across the continent, that there was no war? That there wasn't a war, there wasn't any fighting, that nothing happened? Oh, they're just harmoniously, they're all just like, let me just grab your dicks and we'll just walk along. What do these people, what world do they envision? It's crazy to me. It's insane.
Never a planet-wide grid of sealed national borders. permanent militarized control agencies, universal digital passport systems.
Based. We should use those and keep people out.
And a global assumption that every human being is born the property of a nation state.
No one's the property of a nation state. What are you talking about? You have allegiance to a state. You have a national allegiance. It's not the property of the nation state. You can change your national allegiance. There are all sorts of ways to do it. You can renounce your citizenship. You can do a ton of things. Like, what do you mean?
And must remain so at all times? No. Never in the last 100,000 years, multiplied times 10, has there ever been anything like that.
I'm sorry. All of Europe. No. In Europe, you were actually born into a monarch's kingdom, and you were the property of the monarch and the sovereign. What are you talking about? You weren't. And guess what? You were in some indigenous tribes too, especially ones that had a formalized council or governmental system. You think you could just leave? You can just up and go? Sorry. We need you to fight. We need you to hunt. We need you to gather. Some of them were agrarian. We need you to farm. You don't get to leave. Where are you going to go? That's like trying to leave the Bloods. Like, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm joining the Crips. No.
The entire map of the modern world is a blueprint of 11 European empires. And those...
Again, based. What are we talking about? Yeah, 11 European empires took over everything. Everyone else should have fucking tried harder. Did they think about that? What a stupid plan. What's going to happen? Oh, a bunch of these dorks with bad teeth come over. Oh, we're just going to give them our land? No, fight. Oh, wait, they did? They did, and they lost? Shit. Let's see. Kyle says, and Americans killed the Clovis and mound builders. Rude.
Those boots are not ours. This global labor camp structure is only 80 years old, and its legal foundation is right of conquest.
80 years old? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's talking about Geneva, I guess. Talking about Geneva and the United Nations. Yeah, but like the United Nations stems out of ideas that are much, much older. What?
So it's a scam.
And the foundation is literally the opposite of right of conquest. Literally the opposite. The United Nations, for whatever it is, and the Geneva Convention removed the right of conquest specifically. So the last 80 years don't have it anymore. It's not because we were scared of the Indians, like coming out of the casinos and taking America back over, probably.
It's a conspiracy against humanity, burning us all out and our atmosphere to keep money flowing up to the top. And the higher up you are on this pyramid scheme, the more of an illegal you are and the more you owe.
Yeah, that
But
fucking
since revenge
South
is a
African
primitive and savage model more suited for the criminal enterprise of this archaic empire, let us evolve toward a more advanced restorative justice model.
What does that
One
even
that
look
simply
like?
requires restitution, first to indigenous peoples and descendants of slavery.
How much? I give him $87. That's about all I got to give for restitution. What are you talking about? How much? What does this system look like? How much land do you give back? What does that look like? Where do you take it from? Ted Turner owns Montana. You're going to just take it from Ted Turner and give it to they don't want Montana. Nobody does. Except for like 7 guys who are like roughnecks.
And then to the landless laborers, which in reality means 99.99% of
Get with the program. Buy something.
humanity. And ultimately, that whole category of landless laborer must be dissolved along with this class pyramid itself.
And how do you do that? How do you dissolve the class of landless laborers? How are you going to do that? 99.99% of the population of the entire planet is landless laborer. Okay, what do? You're going to take it from someone else? Oh, that's right. You take it from someone else. And if they don't want to give it up, what do? Oh, you kill them, right? Like probably skin them alive. So the next person goes, oh, whoa. That doesn't look good. Like I'll take the fish or whatever. You can have the land.
Because if you were born on Earth at the discretion
I wasn't
of the only real authority that exists, reality, you have the natural right.
Buddy, you don't live in reality at all. What are you talking about? If you were born on Earth in reality, well, I wasn't.
To first crawl upon it, stand up on it, and then live on it. And no matter how high you build some tower, even if you're at the very top of one,
They tried this in the Bible. It didn't work.
staring down at the rest of us through Sauron's eye, you still have no claim to.
Why am I looking through Sauron's eye? I just look like through a telescope or something, or I just be like, get on my phone and zoom. What is he? I don't get this. I don't get this guy at all.
Planets, not Mars, not this one. You can't chop up and rent whole continents back to the rest of us.
You can.
None of us own this magic rock floating in infinity. We're brief guests.
No, but we all own parts of it, like little parts of it. Some people own bigger parts of it. Some governments own really big parts of it.
And it was made clear by the wisest of.
We're all guests? Wait, what are you fucking talking about? Where does he think people came from? We're all guests on this planet. Is it an indigenous planet now? We land in our space canoe and take over the brown man? What the fuck are you talking about?
Among us, what this short visit is for. To test our capacity.
Death Trout, that's a really offensive statement because not a fucking chance. Don't you dare. Don't you dare do that to me. Like, I get to hold on to some things still. And he isn't even close. He's just stupid.
To care for our neighbors as ourselves.
Gross.
And even Thomas Jefferson, who would have been at the top of the Epstein files if they went back that far.
I don't know if he would have gotten on the plane. He might have been a little concerned about flying.
Along with apparently every leader of the so-called West.
Yeah. Yes. Social mores were different. Guess what? There wasn't a formalized system of pedophilia yet. Like, they hadn't decided on an age of consent. It wasn't a thing that happened in the same way, which, I mean, I'm glad that we fixed that. But also, what are you going to do? They died earlier. So they married earlier. It's kind of weird, but it's what it was. It's not aberrant behavior. And again, we don't really like this. We can fix this. We can make things better. And so we did. You know who didn't? You know whose system? Do you know what system of government completely ignored any of this and had no mechanism because it didn't even have formalized marriage rights? It didn't have a formalized rule about sexual assault or sexual autonomy or bodily autonomy. And by the way, those all come from property rights, which again come from Europe. So you can't say they'd be like, oh, no, they would respect the right of the person to not get fucking raped. No, they wouldn't. And you know how we know they wouldn't? Because they did it a lot and often. And there wasn't much of a punishment except for someone else would be like, hey, you raped my friend or sister or whatever and her brother. And you'd kill that guy. Like, you'd kill him because that was the only system of dealing with sexual assault or other assaults at the time, until we come in and we're like, oh, you know what? We're going to start with assaults and murders and stuff. And if you do that, we hang you or shoot you, but mostly we hang you. And then eventually, like, they added the other stuff and they're like, yeah, but if you do this too, guess what? We hang you. They didn't hang you like, yeah, like splits two lips. I mean, that guy did not have to worry about it as long as he was bigger than everybody else. They didn't have a police squad of braves coming over to be like, well, you know what? We gotta put you in the teepee with the bars on it for a while.
Even Jefferson said, no generation has the right to bind the next generation. Under laws and constitutions, those must expire every few decades. Anything older than that is rule by force.
He didn't say they must expire. He said they probably would expire.
Not consent. And so by every measure, none of the members of our ruling classes have journeyed across this world the right way.
What's the right way? What are you talking about? That's a relative statement. It's not based on any sort of objective or identifiable ethical system. How do we follow the rules? You haven't even made them up.
And are therefore
too busy drinking cum.
Subject to deportation. Not from the planet.
Wait, to where?
Just ejected from their stolen assets. Look, don't get mad.
Who'd they steal them from? Can you imagine being like, okay, Running Bull the 9th, can you trace your heritage for me so I can return your hill to you? Like what would that even look like?
At me. You're the one who brought this whole thing up about illegals. It used to be only the actual natives and black and brown people and a few John Browns who were well aware of this broken culture of criminality.
No, the crazy thing is they were illegal until we passed the 14th Amendment, which made them legal. Because like the Europeans specifically, like they were shitty in a lot of ways, but they did create eventually a system to actually legalize and integrate, the chocolate variety of people, and say, hey, no, we actually, we used to own these guys, like they're kind of weird or whatever, in their little farms with their tattered clothes, but like we want to, like they get to be here now, like on their own. Holly Movie Star says this language is where real genocides evolve from. Well, a genocide of thought, if nothing else. Hey, what's up? Nightwave Radio Mersh has raided the stream. A very, very poor decision for Mersh viewers to have stuck around that long and ended up here. But you are welcome. You are welcome. Just so you know, to all the Mersh viewers who just showed up, you are required to tweak the nipples of the person next to you. So, look, it's just a rule that the natives put in.
But now that you've brought it all the way up to everybody's attention, including the whiteiest of us and their friends group.
That's you! The whiteiest of us.
Who just wanted to have brunch, let the rest of us eat crumbs, and get bombed.
This guy looks like he eats crumbs, right? Wrong. He eats cock. And get bombed. Dude's going to get bombed on Saturday, I'm guessing.
Now everyone is realizing this was never about immigration. Everyone outside the Epstein class is both a target and a mark.
There is a class? Shit. I bet Bill Clinton aced that motherfucker.
And so this revolution is a rolling snowball, and it's getting bigger by the day. So I think we will be having some of that cake now. All of us looking at the whole history of empire.
Did you just fucking, I think we will be having some of that cake. Did you just use the misquote of Charlotte Brand? It's brioche, you fag. God damn it. I hate these people. Holly Movie Star says to clarify, not yours, his. They begin by othering. Oh, yeah. Of course.
Or seeing not one of you has any clothes on.
Like that's between me and that's not your business. That's not your business.
In India, before British colonialism, if a married man died, they tied her to the funeral pyre with him.
Thank God.
Then the British started hanging poo throwers until it stopped. True story.
Who had time to let him remarry? What a mess.
I don't think you have any idea how angry that makes us.
Us? You're the whitest dude I've ever seen. What the fuck color does this guy think he is? Somebody help me out. This guy's a fucking snowman running around here. He's like, you have no idea about us. It's like, what are you? Like a Are you a white presenting Mongolian?
Even Thomas Paine, who you trained us to call a founding father, who wrote that first pamphlet, getting the colonizers all excited about jettisoning their British investor.
Yeah. Common Sense by Thomas Paine, the one that says, you know what, like, all we did was ask if we could have some representatives over there because, like, they're taxing us, and we're like, well, can we vote? Because, like, you're taking our money back, so can you take like a Ben Franklin back with you, and then, like, we can vote. Just have one guy who can advocate. And Franklin's cool. He likes chicks though, like, so it's pretty easy to ply him. Can we just send one guy back, maybe two, so we have a voice? And they're like, fuck you. And we're like, fuck you. Here's George Washington, motherfuckers. It was like out of the, like the Shane Gillis thing. This guy's insane. We read this, these two already. Thank you, Holly Movie Star. Amazing Disgrace says they can invoke ancient artifacts all they want. We're the ones that dictate our future. Yeah, Thomas Paine sitting there with a common sense, like, hey, we should probably we should have our own, that, like, if they don't want to give us representation, maybe we should come up with our own system so that we have self-governance and we have autonomy and we have the, we have the ability to shape our own future and not be at the mercy of, someone else. Nightwave Radio says, a few bucks for my favorite gay lawyer. Hey, thanks, brother. Really appreciate it. Again, appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. I can't wait to, to tickle your back hair and stuff next time I see you.
Going rogue. Even Paine argued, everyone born on earth has a natural right to share in its wealth, and that private landholders owe the rest of us ground rent for enclosing the commons. So now that this lawless extraction project has been fully revealed and reached its terminal stage, it's time to collect. A government.
Oh, it wasn't time to collect in 1780 when Thomas Paine's running around. Now it is. He was like, you know what? Do it later.
Built on conquest, slavery, and grand theft real estate.
And Grand Theft Real Estate 3 is really the best one.
And genocide has no authority to decide which humans deserve to exist in which places.
Well, genocide doesn't have authority because genocide isn't like an entity, but trust me, genocide can figure out which people don't get to live in a certain place. It's pretty good at that. What it does is it looks at people and it goes, those, delete. Like that's how genocide works. It's effective at that.
I'm late and gay today. So did you see Mr. Antifa in Minneapolis get arrested for posting a video telling his followers to grab guns and go fight ICE? He surrendered without a fight.
I did not see that one, but it sounds great.
All of this land is holy. All of these people are our people.
Who's it holy to? Like what system of, what ethos? What ethos are we talking about? Where's the sacred coming from? Holy means set apart. Holy means set apart and elevated. So what is it? Where is it? What are we elevating to?
No human being is illegal.
I can think of 4 of them right now.
Only systems can be illegal. Only regimes can be illegitimate.
Actually, here's the crazy thing. Only systems of law can dictate legality, and only regimes can overcome illegitimacy, because individuals cannot. An individual in the United States who is not supposed to be here cannot overcome that status. It can be changed by a higher authority. The government could decide what to do. But a regime can actually, an illegitimate regime can actually fight and overtake another regime and become legitimate. Like that's an actual possible thing. It's crazy how wrong and backwards most of the things he says are. They're the opposite of truth.
Legitimate. And we're all extremely clear about which ones those are.
Are we? Are it the ones that give you cum? I hate these people. I hate all of them. I fucking, and Sir Keckington, I agree. This guy is 100% AI. There's some affectations to his voice, a little bit of catches here and there. But it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good AI. But no, I agree with you. That was an AI. But so some dope wrote that. And he's like, no, this is cool. This is it. We'll have Prad Bit read it. They should have had Mersh read that. They should have had him do that. I can't even get my voice like down deep enough to. I don't. Yeah, right now I can't. We can't get down deep enough to be Mersh. Like it. No, see, Mersh should have done it. He's resonant in baritone. Right now, I'm too worn out. I can't do that. You wake me up in the morning, I'll sing in bass, baby, but like not tonight, not now. We need Mersh. We need someone with gravitas. We need someone with poise and pause to say things, to dramatically enhance the illusion that something important is coming out of a mouth. While in reality, the guy's just getting a hand job under the table from whatever native decided to write it for him. Well, the AI. Which I think is that where you do you remember those like 3.5-inch floppy drives? Is that like where you just finger one of those things and a little flap goes until the CD drive opens and a CD flies? I think that's an orgasm for a computer from the 90s. I've tried that. Never could find the button, if you know what I mean. What a weird thing. Ooh. What a weird thing. Okay, there's one thing I've held off for way like a long time on this, but I promised that there was one thing I was gonna share with the class that has not yet been shared with the class. Why? Come on now. Where is it? Is it this one? Here it is. Hold on just a second. This is AOC titties. We'll look at those in a second to close out the show. This is actually different. And this goes back to my stand-up, which is the most important thing. I want everybody to recognize that is that's the most important part of anything, is that I did stand up, and Aaron Inholt made fun of it, and it hurt my feelings. So, God, just a second. He made fun of it, and it hurt my feelings, and so I want to show you. Oh, fuck's sake. Are you serious? Just download the fucking I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Right now, I'm going to lose my mind. I guess here? What app do you even use to open images anymore? This is not what I want. No, I don't want this open. Okay, try this again. There, thank God. It's so difficult. Sometimes it's so difficult to do stuff. So just want to say, this is just the final bit about my stand-up act, which I'm very sensitive about, and my feelings still hurt. The random unbreaded commenter says, AI written by a liberal white woman who thinks men will listen to their bullshit if it comes from another manly man who's also 50 shades of beige. Damn. Facts. Okay. So this is it. So let's share this. And now remember, I completely bombed. I completely bombed, and I 100% agree with that. I hope we can see this. So this is shit. This is from Aaron. You can see up here, Aaron Imholt. It was sent Saturday, October 21st, 2023 at 10:07 p.m., which is like that's when I did it. That's right after my stand-up set. I just want to remind the world, the world and whoever else. Haha, fucking killed, kid. Nice work. Work our shows anytime. Our audience is even more disgusting than this one. Great job. Let's drink. I, of course, say hell yes. He says, where you at, nigga? He was very confused at this point about my race. And then he sent me this picture of two men next to each other. I should have known this was a problem. He says, you at Benton Station last night smoke crack with me, bro, which is not true. I've never smoked crack in my life, and I did not offer crack, and I was not offered crack. So that's not real. I think I said, do you want some Molly? And he says, and I said, ha 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 ha. And he says, thanks for everything this weekend. Okay. You did a great job up there. Thanks for stopping by this morning. Also gay. So there we go. Just to put the record straight on how how history changes as things go. Of course, he could have just been lying to me. But the funny part is him like soliciting me to do any show for his shitty audience that he hated already back then, which is great. I love that. That's fantastic. Hey, you're garbage. Like, I'm gonna say you're good though, and you can do the show with us next time. But I don't think that's what it was. I think it was. I think he liked it. I also know who really, really liked it. Let's see. Random unbreaded commenter says, perjury. Aaron obviously offered you his crack. No, there is very not homosexuality. Name Kill says this show rocks. Being an insomniac has its perks. Hey, thanks. That was the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. I really appreciate that. It took you 2 years to Photoshop that. Guys, here's the funny thing about Hackamania this year. I don't know, again, what Melton will want me to do. I don't know the status of this pending HRO. I hope it is dealt with before Hackamania just in general, because it's been too long, but we'll see. With that being said, I still have an absolute treasure trove of text messages. Because I kept him. Whoops. So, that being said, I don't want to, nobody should take any stock from that, though, because who knows? Who knows what Hackamania will be? Okay, let's find the most important person of the moment. Oh, wait a minute. I'm pissed off now. No, I don't like this at all. BX, Oh, you know what? It's been a long time since I've talked to you, BX. I'm now fucking mad. I am mad about this. I don't know if you guys know BX. BX Bullet, I think, is what she used to go by. VX is a very pretty lady who talks about all sorts of stuff. Frank McCormick says divorce fund for Elijah's legal fund. He's 50,000 goal, 49 blah, blah, blah raised. And he says divorce fund like Lamau. BX says this dude is like the Hunter Biden of the right wing. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? I wear bracelets. You think Elijah gets to be the Hunter Biden? No. I'm going to snort some fucking sawdust. Ugh. You work hard. You work hard all the time. Who said that? This is BX. Here you go. Here's BX. He said she's pretty lady. She talks about conspiracy stuff. I've met her at Anime Matsuri. I got to talk to her. She's pretty cool, interesting, very different, controversial, all those things. I think her Twitter account's been deleted like 39 million times. I'm sitting here working all the fucking overtime on this. And she just comes along, casually drops it. Oh, no, he's like a Hunter Biden. Like, no, it's someone else. No, he can be anybody else. God, just give us. Hold on, AOC. Let's get. I gotta find this AOC video. Okay, it's not that's not the one that I'm looking for. There's a million of them. Okay, so
it provides a food pantry, tax preparation, summer youth employment, and more. The church's service extends well beyond its congregation.
Look, I always knew she would grow into her position a little bit, but I didn't really know what I was saying. I did not know what I was saying.
To all of Corona, one of the most diverse immigrant communities in the world.
Why is she dancing? This got to be AI. This guy. So, hold on. That one's not real. That one doesn't count. That's how it went. That's how the actual thing went. That was true.
It provides a food pantry, tax preparation, summer youth employment, and more. The church's service extends well beyond its congregation to all of Corona, one of the most diverse immigrant communities in the world. First Baptist is led by Pastor Patrick.
To Corona? Like what? Like the beer?
Patrick H. Young.
AOD cup? I mean, those are... I don't think that girl's squeezing into a D. That's a double at least.
Pastor Young's commitment to service is unfailing.
Yeah, I do think it's brave of her to wear the "Here are my nipples" top. She could have gotten some of those. You get some of those nipple covers, nippies or whatever. Slap those bad boys on there. And hey, Blake, you don't have to do that. Like, please don't spam. Okay? I don't care about the N-word tower or whatever. Just don't spam it.
And when Corona became the epicenter of the pandemic, it provides a food pantry.
So there we go. There's a little AOC. Here she is. I'm bummed out about AOC because, she could have been cool. I know she's liberal and annoying or whatever. That's real. But there's a little nostalgia. She could have been cool.
When you wanna smash, I just write another one. I squeeze on the beat and the beat.
I'm gonna have to drop I can't have that volume. She looks like she was fun and stuff. What happened? That's not fun. Like whatever. I don't know what this guy's doing. Wait, is this the guy I think it is? No. What the fuck is this? No, I like the first part. Okay, this is better. I mean, a little weird. But she could have been... I'm going to shut my fucking mouth. She could have been cool. And she could have been funny. And she could have still had her stupid liberal ideas. And we could have all pretended to listen going, oh, yeah, okay, cool. Like, can you do anything else but be you? Like, you just don't be so fucking insufferable. And like a couple people listen. Some people donate to your campaign or whatever. And like, it's an agreement. We all work on this together. Winnie the Blue says AOC #1 big booty Latina. She's certainly the most powerful one. It used to be Jennifer Lopez, but now it's her. I don't think she was ready to take the crown, though. I mean, that's just my opinion, though. The crotch says girls like that are never fun. But like, no, she had the look of fun before things got so serious. Stop simping? I don't know. Like, I'm not simping. I don't simp to the idea of what could have been. It's different. That's different. I don't want to like give her money or children or anything. She's a politician. She wants both of those. What's this? Where's the passport? Where's the inheritance? What's that about? I don't even know what that's about. Who is this about? Is that about AOC? What don't I know? This guy lives in the friend zone next door to Ken. Damn. I don't want to be her friend. Like, what are you talking about? No, I was just saying she could have been fun. She's not, though. She's not. All right, guys. I think it's about time to wrap up. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the show, as always. I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow, and I'm not sure when the member show is going to be this weekend. We may have a special interview with Leslie and Michael Ferdorigos, two lawyers from Florida who I'm very much looking forward to talking to. We might have that. I'm not sure. I will announce it if we do. But the entire, the entire thing of what's going to happen this weekend is up in the air. But look forward to some shows, some activity. We really need to make the Maya song. That's going to happen. The Unbreaded will make another appearance on the member show. You're looking forward to me redressing lips? Like, is she undressed? Like, oh, don't ask that. I don't know. Like, I want to have a conversation with them. I want them to tell me their side of the story. That's what I want to happen. And we'll see where it goes from there. Like, I'm interested in what they have to say. They're in a crazy spot. You can tell that they've been through a lot of stress and stuff like that. So I want to know what it is that they do, that they're up to. With that, guys, we're going to be done for the night. Thanks for hanging out again. I'll play the full outro tonight. And hey, if you could do me a favor, if you could go check out my Elijah Schaefer video, share it if you feel like it, just so you guys know, if there are creators that you like and they put out videos like they put out like video on demand content and stuff like that. So like a not necessarily shorts, but like a video, not a live stream. The more you watch of it, like the longer that you watch, the better it is for that creator. So if you think about it, and you've got creators and you're liking their videos, and maybe you're someone who normally is like, oh well, this has been pretty good, but I'll finish it later or whatever. Or like I'm not going to finish it. And you have the ability to. It really helps us out. Like that's one of the metrics that YouTube uses for distribution. That and likes and comments. So any likes and comments and the longer you can watch is really helpful to everybody, helpful to me, helpful to every YouTube creator you got. So throw a little bone their way and watch a full video or two, share them out. That shit helps a ton. So, all right, guys, appreciate you as always. Thanks a bunch. See you next time. Peace. Peace.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law